Shalom Mashpaka. Day 4 of Sturgis to Silverdale. Just crossed the state line into Washington. Trucks follow arrows, and there's a way station, so I'm like, okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to go this way. Their signage is totally confusing. Only one truck on the scale. I actually feel like I saw the sign change from closed to open. Oh, here we go. Being greeted. I wasn't sure.
One green light on and it's on the other side, so you really need to pay attention, okay?
I've been trying. The signs are very confusing.
So there's 2 green dots at the end.
Okay, I apologize. I misunderstood.
So just pay attention next time you come down.
I'm trying very hard to pay attention and letting you know it's confusing.
All right, goodbye.
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Wow. Did you guys see how rude she is? Huh. Wow. There's your welcome to Washington, a freaking Nazi tyrant chick cop. Unreal, dude. You need to pay attention. Wow. Well, all right. The great news is that I'm to Washington, and I am 5 hours from home. Yesterday, the bed that I had in the back just popped. Whatever. I looked at it. I saw how it wasn't from any kind of puncture or nothing. It just freaking gave out cheap crap. Cheap crap. So over it, man. So we made a plan to go to a Walmart so I could purchase another one and just park there overnight and call it a day. Well, they didn't allow overnight parking at that Walmart. I've never heard of a Walmart that doesn't allow campers overnight. I mean, that's crazy. But yep, they don't. So I had to try to stretch on and find another place. Only had, I think, 50 minutes worth of time that I could even be driving. And my shop found a place, Silver Mountain. That was the wrong place to go. That place was like an amusement park. They must have been having a big motocross event. It was packed. I got really concerned that I wouldn't be able to turn around because it kept getting tighter and tighter and tighter for me. The place where there were RVs, totally filled. They had they have like a ski lift, but they were running it. I guess people going up for scenic views. I don't know. So she searched more and she found a Cabela's. Baruk Atah Yahuah. I was able to go there, rearrange some things, set up my new mattress that I got, which is slightly oversized, but if I keep it slightly underinflated, then once you close everything, it gives you the support. I don't know. Now it's a matter of hitting the sweet spot with that, but at least it's something. At least it works. I've been trying to avoid having to take the seat out and build a wooden bench. That's what a lot of the drivers do. Maybe I'm gonna have to do that too. I don't know. But the great news about all that was once it finally started cooling off, because it was hot when I was working. Oh, it was draining me. finally got a chance to take my leg off and lie down back there. It was worth it. And my alarm was going off at 4 a.m. and I snoozed it for a while, and then I said, you know what? I'm comfortable. I need the rest. Just rest. So I did. I mean, I can only drive 6 hours anyway, so it's not like it was going to mess me up. The customer cannot accept delivery on weekends. Today's Sunday, by the way. You didn't know. So my house is pretty much on the way, so I'm just going to go to my house and spend the night there. And I'm going to actually, because there's a cushion of Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to call early on Monday and make contact with them. This is another thing that screams Washington to me. Oh my gosh, that lady at that booth is still tripping me out. She was triggered by my bandana, and she looks like she's like Latina. It's freaking weird. Anyway. The customer cannot accept any deliveries unless you have an appointment. So, you know, I usually make a point to contact the customer anyway to coordinate a drop-off time. So it's not that big a deal. It's just the way they wrote it on the form. It was like very... oh boy. And you know, they probably don't even have the real estate on the property to deal with unexpected drop-offs and whatnot. I don't know, because I hadn't been there. I hadn't seen it. Dang, look at the one-eyed symbolism on the Empire Eye. Look at that. And that spirally thing too. It's crazy. But I won't be surprised if it's tight, just because that's been my experience in a lot of the urban areas in Washington. Everything is cramped. Like they just build it like it's crazy. There for a moment, I thought that lady was going to actually ask me to back up and go into the other lane. I just got to let that go. I feel like that's part of how the beast system works, the enemy works, and they send their little agents out there to freaking trigger you and rob you of any guild that you may have. But let me focus on Abba and, you know, his cover. Like every night, he's kept me safe. And this mattress was actually a lot more comfortable than the one that I had before. So maybe that's also a Baruk in disguise. I mean, you know, I'm over here being like, oh, I had to spend, you know, I had to waste $100 on that. I mean, maybe I'll return the dang thing. I'm sure they're going to say it's open, it's used. They're going to come up with something. They get away with peddling cheap crap, and then you get stuck, you know? It's kind of a first right now. I have an expedition in front of me that's wanting to go like, I mean, what are we going? We're going 59 into 60. I could go around them. I could go over to the fast lane. Usually the little non-towing, I don't know, what do you call it, civilian vehicles? Are flying. I'll just come out here and see how she goes. But yeah, so it's telling me that I got 4 hours and 44 minutes right now, and if I were to look on my log, it's like, you know, cutting it so close. And Baruk Atah, I actually took about 40 hours off prior to going on duty to get this load, but there was an hour and a half that I was on duty, kind of in the middle, and that made my rest unconsecutive, and so I didn't get my refresh, my 4-hour whole brand new 80-hour clock that you get. So wow, lesson learned there. You know, if you're gonna place apart all that time to rest, it needs to be consecutive, or else I guess you're just wasting your time. It's only 4:30 in Washington. It's very, very early. You know, I did put some fuel from the external tank into the primary tank, and although I had observed that there was no drop in that tank prior to using it, does not appear to have any kind of leakage at all. However, after I put in what would have been I'm gonna have to say a half a tank, 15 gallons. The gauge on the external tank is reading a lot lower than I think it should for just 15 gallons out of 95. It's so weird. So I got the flashlight and I opened the lid and I'm looking in, and it's like, okay, there's a lot of fuel in here, but is that half? Is that 3/4? I can't really tell, but it's down like quite a lot when you consider the width of the depth of the thing, and then to be down a few inches, that's like a lot. I'm so confused. There's nothing on the ground. The bed looks the same. It's like making you feel crazy, like gaslighting me. Oh, you keep saying there's something going on, but there's nothing going on. You're just mistaken. Just like that lady, you need to pay attention. I was scanning and reading all the signs, and then it was that there was a green light and a red light. There was white lights and red lights. Yeah, no, it wasn't clear. Every time I've looked to at the way stations, the side that you go on, like for the trucks and stuff, is basically between the interstate and the little shack. It's the main side. I guess that would be just like them to skirt me around to the back, where it looks like that's. I don't even know why there would be any regular cars. There would be any regular cars. I'll just pay extra hard attention next time. I was already trying to pay attention as best I could. Oh boy. It seems like they could just put open and closed. And it was also really weird. I don't know why Washington has to think that they have to reinvent everything and make it better, because they make it more effed up. The letters open were written in red. Oh my gosh. Wouldn't that almost make you think that you're supposed to go to the red? Because it says open, red. Beyond. I would just tend to think that she probably, in her own mind, she's doing anything wrong. She knows everything. She has all authority. You better respect her. She was triggered when I was saying that it was confusing. That was bye. Woo. No idea that was going to happen. Of course, as it is with the things that go on here, unexpected things all the time. I had no idea that they were going to not allow me to park at the Walmart. Like, I was shocked. I was way in the back, you know, and then I'm sitting in the truck for a second, and I look in and I see the sign that says no overnight parking. I was like, what? So called the store to verify. Yeah, no, we have no overnight parking anymore. Cabela's was cool. They just want you to come in and log your information. That way they have like a record of you and whatever. They looked at my driver's license, had me write down the license plate of my truck, the year, make, model, and color of my truck, the date, and my signature. That was all they required. And I made mention to the man about the Walmart, senior gentleman. He was like, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, crazy. And there were a few campers at the Cabela's too. There was like probably 4 there whenever I went inside and closed up all my window shades. And there were more when I woke up and went outside. All the ones that were there when I went to bed were still there, and then there were some other new ones. 2.8 miles exiting. It's quite the town. Kind of old school looking. I just want to get over one more because they're starting to have exit only lanes and stuff. The building straight ahead of me is definitely an old world circa with a tower that looks draconian to me. I don't know exactly what that means archaeologically or architecturally. You know what I'm trying to say, I think. Architecture. But yeah, look at that sucker. It's freaking gothic looking, medieval, whatever. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I think that that's the house of great evils and has been for a very, 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 very long time. It was not erected when they claim that it was founded. And some of the most quote-unquote prestigious buildings in the land, you know, marble, granite, state capitol building, all kinds of things like that. The same, much older than they say. I mean, the people that are at the top calling the shots realize that there is no story that they can give to explain how those were even made. Like, utilizing what tools, what craftsmanship, what horsepower. exit for Highway 2. This would be the preferred route because it actually passes right through my town. So there's another one of those smokestacks right there that you might see in different towns. So this is interesting. It's telling me that there's going to be a roundabout. Well, I had a heck of a time getting out of that Cabela's parking lot, which, you know, I was, again, paying hyper vigilant attention to my mirrors and to the curbs, and I'm like really watching. I'm swinging wide everywhere I can. But the way they construct some things these days, like the space from the island with the rocks and the decoration that they have to put, and I mean big square curbs too, unforgiving curbs, which would have scarred the rims on the trailer. I mean, I don't want the rims on the truck getting scratched either, but I'd rather that than the trailer. You know what I'm saying? I can live with scratched rim on my work truck, even if they are shiny, whatever. But that gets damaged, then I gotta pay for that, right? Or I potentially could have to pay for it. I managed to get it. I put my front right tire right up on a big old square. I steered directly into it so I could get up on it and then try to ride it. And the back ones were just skating by. And if I hadn't been paying attention as well, then I would have just raked them right along the side of there. And, you know, it's been a really horrible way to start your day. I mean, the truth of the matter is that I probably didn't even need to go into that lady's dang way station anyways. I'm not even over 16,000 pounds. But again, it was not, the signage was not clear. I feel like I've been saying this. I've been saying this for a while. I just had to chuckle because there's a billboard with Jay Leno, and behind him was that guy, Arsenio Hall. Remember that clown show? And he's there, like, look with his face down and looking up at the tops of his eyebrows there, looking mega demonic. Mega demonic, dude. It just, I don't know, because for so long in my life I couldn't see these things. Just couldn't see them. And I know most people who hear me say that think, oh, that's crazy and stuff. Or, oh, he's bearing false witness against those people. Well, I'm saying what I'm discerning. And with the amount of things that you've been learning about what these people do in the dark, I don't even know why you keep wanting to defend that. I guess because you don't have eyes to see, or you love the darkness and you want a little of what they have to offer in your life. I say turn all that crap off, man. Ain't none of it profitable to you in the slightest, and I don't think you really understand what it's costing either. But it's part of the whole thing of being in the spell still, in the matrix still. It's part of how they have influence and power over people, that they continue to tune in, that they continue to listen, and that they continue to believe some of what they're being fed. And if you drink from that cup, then some of their stuff is just going to seem, well, of course that everybody knows that that's true and stuff like that, because they're planting all those seeds deep into your conscience, your subconscious, and then when it comes up later, you have a default perspective that you were fed. The thread I was on before I got distracted by images on billboards, which are increasingly discerned as unclean. I mean, kind of an unreal thing. Was that I probably didn't even need to go through the way station at all. And that I believe that this beast system creates so much red tape, so much regulation, so much certification, bonding, insurancing, all different aspects that it's almost putting you in a position, like it's setting you up to violate something at some point. At some point you're going to overlook something, or something's going to time out, or something's going to lapse on you, or you're going to not reply to an email in a timely enough fashion. I mean, something's going to happen to where now you're basically like in a violation. And, you know, if you're playing along with the beast system all perfectly well, they usually give you some solution to fix it. You got to make some little sacrifice, little fine, or little remedial training, go through another course, whatever, so that you can get yourself back up in conformity. Checking out that little drive. You know, oh how I wish that some of these little shack places, like this place right here, Wolfie's Burgers and Breakfast, if they could just be able to get Qadash ingredients, then they could probably prep you up. There's another little one, Billy's Diner. I wish that we could get Qadash food from little mom and pop type places like that, but I don't believe that you can anymore. And so I have to make compromises sometimes. I went ahead and bought a I don't know, I keep hearing people call it a hot plate, but it's really like it's a propane burner. Is that what a hot plate is? I don't know. I picture a hot plate to be like freaking crazy demonic little coffee house, dude. To be like a countertop burner, or like a warmer that you can set the. I mean, this is actually like makes a fire, you know. I don't know if that's a hot plate, whatever, semantics. But I'm gonna 86 the oven. It just takes up way too much space, and it takes up way too much power. And those little canisters, I don't know how long they'll last, but I bought a 2-pack, probably not the best price. 2 for $9.99 at Walmart. I mean, I may be able to find them for cheaper. But anyway, I'm gonna get established with that. Once I get home, grab one of the skillets that we have, and heck, I might even start bringing some eggs, some fresh eggs. Dang, I guess I could bring unwashed eggs, because they'll keep a long time. I don't know how long. I'll talk to my Shah about it because she's all, hi baby, if you ever watch this, she's all up on she knows a lot about these kinds of things. Not just these things, lots of things actually. So she helps me. She's my helper. And I ask her opinion on lots of things. This is Fairchild Air Force Base. I saw a big hangar right there. Anyway, the eggs keep a long time when they're unwashed, and if you wash them, then it's kind of like you start a clock on excuse me, on how long they'll keep for. But I don't think you can just this is really confusing. 2 lanes to go to the Air Force Base and 1 lane to stay on the highway. Is it right? Dude, y'all signs are freaking retarded. I never really got the way this place lays out their street designs and everything else. And it's inconsistent from place to place within this place. They don't even practice they don't even practice what they preach. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. You gotta see it, you gotta live it to know what I'm saying. And then again, like I see the similar thing if I go, like when I got up close to Chicago, it was crazy. Or it's like, okay, well, no, maybe it's just you, Jared. Everyone else has no problem at all. It's just you. It's like, okay, well, I guess that could be true. But I've driven around a lot and I've seen a lot. And even in other countries. And I didn't get this confused when I was in Sardinia. You freaking loco. Whatever. Do the best we can, right? We try to be Qadash stewards, pay attention, reason, logic, discern, and then still something. Alright. I might actually pop my leg off. I got all 3 bins being used now. Because I was trying to be able to move the things in and out easier. When I'm like at camp, right? But it's for a very short season that this is cramped full. And even this thing behind me, it's like all the way up to the ceiling. I got the the solar panels right there. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with those solar panels ultimately. I mean, I'm gonna want them. I need them actually, especially if I'm having to do rest on the road. But I'm realizing that it's not even just that, like, because I tend to start so early. When I get to my camp where I'm going to be bedding up for the night, I might still have to deal with, even like 4 hours of heat. I know at different times, different places, it will change. And I'll be dealing with extreme cold type situations. But I honestly feel like we'll see if the electric blankets are sufficient. I'm sure that a lot of experienced RV transporters, quote unquote veteran guys, that's a unique house, will laugh at that comment. We'll see if electric blankets will work. Ha ha ha. Right? And my Aki, who was working oil rigs in North Dakota and negative, I don't even know, but did he say negative 30? You gotta plug in your truck or it won't start. Yeah, plug it in. They plug it in to keep it from freezing up like overnight. And last night when I went to go to sleep, I had to run the truck a bit. I don't like to idle the truck, especially for any prolonged period, but I also realized that this truck runs and this truck works. And so I put additives in it. And these are the things that plus the service, the things that I try to do to keep it running strong so that it is able to idle some when needed. And I don't mean like I let the truck idle for 6 hours. It was probably 2. But even that, I was like, I don't really like doing this, but and I'm not a diesel expert by any stretch, but I pay attention to what different folks say, and I try to pay attention to who's saying it. And, you know, like for example, somebody's been transporting RVs for over 10 years or has like 600,000 miles on their truck, this truck, you know, and it's not their first truck. And they say something like, you'll be all right to idle it for a few hours here and there because you're driving it hard. You're working it. It's meant to be worked and you're working it. And it's like, okay, that's experience saying that. Now, I'm sure that you could flip the coin right on over and there'd be another guy with as much or more experience saying that's not true. I mean, you know, Coke is better. No, Pepsi's better. No, they're both trash. But there's going to be so-called experts on every side, right? Look at the freaking politics. Again, red team, blue team, right? Republican, Democrat. And they have their experts. And same thing with lawyers. And the lawyers come and they argue a case for their client. And they went to the same law school. But they seem convinced that the law is saying this very clearly, Your Honor. And the other one is saying the complete opposite. Freaking crazy. Look how pretty that is. You guys seeing those colors? Man, Baruk Yahuah, look at all that yellow there. Whoo, that's Yapa. When I was visiting my Ach in Wyoming, he pulled the truck over side of the road, opened up this fence post and took us up back, I don't know, several hundred feet into this field. This field was filled with these yellow flowers, just really pretty. And he was like, okay, you get out and you go stand right over there and I'm going to take some pictures. And he's like, I want you to make the Y to Yahuah. Spread out your hands in the big, you know, Baruk Yahuah. And me personally, I love that because, you know, he's a really strong man, right? And he's knowledgeable and able to do a lot of the things that I never really learned how to do or was taught how to do or anything like that. But yet, because of Abba, because of the Ruach of Yahuah, he had this desire to go into this pretty place and get amongst these flowers and you know, take a picture. And he's like, and you send this to your Yashar'Al. Now, that's Yapa. That's filled with beauty. You see that? Yeah. And I'm sure he'll tell you too that back in his day, like, he wanted nothing like that. He probably would have, well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I can remember a time even back in my really dark, wicked, depraved, esteeming all kinds of things that were evil, not even really believing in the whole good and evil paradigm, just being like, that's tough, that's cool, yeah, I like skulls, I decorate with skulls, or somebody tells me a story about some guy pulled over and had another guy stand in front, I'd be like, that's I don't even want to say a word because I'm not allowed to say it. And I hate self-censoring, but I'm just saying, like, I think where I'm going with that, and I don't have to say it. But what I would have called that names, you know what I mean? But now I can actually see that, first of all, there's no insecurity in the masculinity whatsoever, right? Qadashayam of Yahuah embraces the masculinity because that's part of our role, our calling, to be protectors and to be providers. And it's ain't about pleasing people and worrying about, what so-and-so is going to think and call me names and whatever. It's actually very awesome. It's very awesome to have that strength under control, and then to also be able to appreciate things of beauty because you love Yahuah and you love his creation and you see the beauty in his creation everywhere. There goes another magpie. Did you see it? They're just so swoopy, long, and yeah, they're a gorgeous creature too. And these clouds over here, the way they're streaking out like this, absolutely gorgeous. There's some pretty colors over there on that side, but I will tell you, I definitely see some unnatural works streaking across the sky over there, and I despise that. And I guess, see, that's the thing too. You love the things of Yahuah and his creation, and then you hate the things that are abomination. You hate the things that do harm to his creation. You hate it when you see them strip mining and raping the earth, and dropping heavy metals into the air. This theorizing that they're going to protect us from the harmful rays of the sun. It's so unbelievable that people believe that bull. It's so unbelievable that people believe that bull. I think I need to get a t-shirt. I think we need to get some t-shirts made. You guys want to chip in and we can order some t-shirts and have something on there like, it's unbelievable that you believe that bull. Woo! I think that's pretty play on words. Dean's driving. I don't know. What is this little town? It says, I think it says Beardan, Bearden. Made the coffee in the camp. I did remember to get the salt. I put some salt under my tongue. I didn't have any cramping this dawning. Oh, it's Reardan. 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 But it ended up being just about the best darn cup of coffee. Wait till I get to have some coffee with my Yashar'Al when she makes it. She always makes it better. She stirs it with her little finger, and it's so sweet. It's true. She is so sweet. And she is so cute. I can't wait to squeeze her. Give her out of Reardon, so we're bucking back up to 60. There's a pretty little shot right there. Grassy hill, a few trees at the top, and there was like a barn structure. You want to call it outbuilding? All right, I got to take down my Idaho. I should have done it sooner. Wait, let me pay attention. Way station, 1/2 mile. Watch, watchman. Read the signs. Can't you read the sign? Pay better attention next time. It says right there, way station closed, and that's not even an electrical sign. That's like a permanent metal sign. And look at it. Look at how it looks. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. I've been through this enough to know, and you know, those of you who know. The devils that are on some of these folks that take up residence, that are welcome guests in those vessels, hate Yashar'Al. Dude, they could just get some reason to jam us up, and they would do it so fast. They can't, and so they like actually end up ultimately trying to create something. They bring about a curse upon themselves. According to the scriptures, Yahuwah said, I will curse those that curse you. He's talking to his bride. He ain't talking to all peoples. He's talking to his bride. I will barak those that barak you. We read about this in Daniel just this past Shabbat. There were all these advisors to the king. They hated Daniel. Hated him. And they convinced the king to sign an edict into law in which in that land those laws cannot be undone. To unalive any who worship a man or Elohim, anything other than the king. And he signed it. And they did it for the purpose that they looked for a way to get Daniel, and they couldn't find one. And they knew that he would palal to the east to his Elohim in his window 3 times a day. And so they're like, well, we're going to make a law that causes that to be illegal. We're going to make a law that causes quoting scripture to be illegal. We're going to make a law that saying the name, the true name, is illegal. Don't think those things aren't coming. We're going to make a law that says anybody who says anything about Jesus is to be the Noahide laws can already be utilized to end anyone who breaks their commandments. Their commandments, not the commandments. Yeah. And so if they go out and start enforcing that with Gillette guillotines and utilizing big plastic caskets, FEMA camps and whatever, nobody can say that we didn't try to tell y'all. We've been trying to tell y'all. And that's the one that sits on the throne to make himself to be Elohim. Heck, maybe you won't even be able to say anything about him. Who could say anything about him? He's made everything great again. You know what I'm saying? Really nasty chemtrail right there. Fallout. You probably can't see it, although you might be able to see similar things on your side. But yeah, it goes right across the top of the moon here. It's dissipating like this, spreading out, and then there's like fallout. Like it looks like the spine of a serpent or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it has vertebrae. What I'm trying to say. No, I'm not saying that snakes have vertebrae. I'm saying they got this long bone and then they got little things that come off of it. Like that. That's what it looks like. This road's speed limit on this road is 60. I did not realize. And it's pretty what would be the word? Remote, sparse, barren, but it's going to be very mountainous. You know, this is where I might actually get to capture on film, and I know my boy will be very well pleased to see some dust devils. Little land spouts. We'll see how it goes. But there's a lot of these types of fields, and it can be brown and stuff sometimes, depending on, I guess, what season you come through. This might not be the proper season, but I don't know what the proper season is for that, so. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Yesterday was a day, June 14th, was a big military parade. I think it's also like Flag Day, maybe. And it's also like Trump's birthday. And so I was expecting to hear something major in the news, and it's kind of like, might say, well, you didn't. Well, they had like the No King's Day that they kicked off, which is probably going to turn into an entire movement of riotous looting and burning and justifications. It's meant to allow them to usher in the martial law and stuff, which has already kind of begun. But I remember him at some point in a speech or something, and I made a little video about that too, where he was like saying something huge is going to happen, or something big is going to happen, or something like that. It was very ominous. It was very like the whole hidden in plain sight, the whole, you know, we got to tell you what we're doing before we do it, so that we can have some kind of clean karma, conscience clean, like, you knew better, but you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Right? It's your fault, silly woman. Silly woman. When she says, oh heavens, you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, so now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman. Then you see his true colors, his real face. The mask came off. Shut up, silly woman. You knew that I was the lawless one, or you knew that I was ushering in the, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yep. And it is like, you know, you can say, oh well, he's a controversial character and half the people love him and half the people hate him and blah blah blah. No, the media and the politics portray that, and the people who are given over already to the hive mind they just dance to whatever tune the Pied Piper's playing. They just repeat what the freaking talking head puppets, actors on the television say. Live vision. Okay? The real people that they're after, for the most part, they're very much in love with him. Very much. And make no mistake, the elitists, the ones who act like they're against him, are not at all. They're very well pleased that he's there, that he's in position, that they feel like their whole new day is dawning. That's their doctrine. That's what they believe. Baruk Atah. I mean, people can't really realize and perceive that he's not who they think he is. He is not who you think he is. Unless you know these high level, I'll say, priests and witches are very, very gifted at appearing to be the opposite of what they actually are. The very opposite, like that's part of their thing. That's what makes their magic, their illusion, right? If they can convince the whole world that there's something that they're not, it fuels their spirit, their ego, right? Their confidence, their aura, whatever, man. It's a freaking art of deception. That's what. Watch out, squirrel. Is that squirrel seriously just gonna set right in the middle of the road as I came? Dude, I never even saw him move from his spot before he disappeared behind the height of my hood. So one can go on the world stage, I mean in front of the entire world, wearing a costume that deceives the entire world, that they've been wearing for pretty much their whole life, and then literally say the truth, but the people hear a different message. It's a message that they want to hear, and they believe that's what they're saying. They believe the opposite of what that person is really actually saying. They can literally be telling you, I'm going to unalive you all. And they're somehow hearing, I'm going to clean this place up and it's going to be great again. And they're like applauding and cheering. So like I said, it's just like that song, swaying to the symphony of their own destruction. Yeah, this is great. This is going to be great. Here we go. Here we go. It's unreal, the power of it. If you know what to listen for and you listen to what he's saying, he had a 13-minute speech yesterday, and I was thinking about listening, but you know what? I don't even need to hear anything else. I've heard it enough. Abba has shown me several times. It's incredible. most people would never believe or be able to perceive that Trump and Obama are like this, because they just appear to be like complete opposites. It's as mixed up as Chi-Town. They got an Obama interstate, I think, and a Ronald Reagan interstate, and these guys are like pretty much opposites in the political spectrum, but they're kinsmen. They have the same allegiances, and it ain't to you, and it ain't to me. See, now this is a lot of dirt. That could be prime grounds for those whirlwinds, and when the conditions are right, the sun may have to get more directly overhead, I would say, and then also you need to have the change in the winds. But I forgot to take down my Idaho. Reminded myself, and then I forgot of myself because of that way station, which was closed. Alright, so this is 60. Going a little bit too fast. 1 second. Let's just keep it like this here. Yeah, so technically at 49% on the whole, so that's pretty wild. Man, I want to be able to get with my Ak and see if we can. I know he's on a mission right now up in the mountains to make preparations for whomever Abba calls to be able to escape, flee to the mountain, because what's coming, what's befalling here, and it's going to be dog eat dog, man. It literally a zombie apocalypse. Literally. Totally crazy. Anyway, I saw the stock oil filter might be like, say it's like this big around and like maybe like that tall. Well, you can buy this this adapter that's just basically like, it's got 2 female ends, so you can screw the stock in, and it'll give you an adapted fatter female threads, so you can put a larger filter that's like this big. It's a cat filter, and apparently there's room for it to reside in that space. So you put the adapter in, then you put the mega filter. I mean, you have increased capacity and increased filter surface area. And you're already going to be buying a filter, so I don't know, like, is it worth it? Don't know. But it would want to bounce it off of him and see what he says. I don't think he's going to be able to watch these videos because they're really long, and he's kind of away from signal for quite a bit of time. Maybe even until October, and I don't know that we have that long. I don't know how long we do have. They're already floating out this. There goes another gorgeous magpie. They're already floating out all the talking points about, you know, this blows me away. I'll tell you guys. Over there in the Middle East, you got a canal. I'm gonna say it's the Suez Canal. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember exactly. But it's the big one. that they're always talking about, and you have these two opposing forces that exist on either side. Okay, and you got all this heightened escalation between Iran and Israel, and all that's going on. And these clowns show it right there. I almost took a screenshot, but it's like, I've been saying this so long, and like, there might be one other person that needs to hear this that just ain't freaking pay attention. What do you think the distance was with the line they drew on the map of the width of the canal and those two opposing forces? Now, mind you, it's thicker and thinner in different places. They just chose to put the line in this one particular place where the number would be exactly 3. And then they just put it right out in front of you. It's not just to deceive you. It's them saying, boom, we are here. This is our stamp. This is our tag. Just like graffiti and rival gangs, and they write their little name, their clan, their tribe. That ancient 6,000-year-old death cult was here, right? That deceives the whole world. Illusionists, right? While the dude is saying how all the gas prices are going to do this and that. Now, the gas prices is obviously significant, but the diesel prices mega more, because when the folks can't get what they want at Costco and all the other stores, and the folks can't get their Amazon and all other online retailers that ship you things, they're gonna have like a break, right? Like, it's almost like people believe that that's never going to change, never going to go away. That's just part of our normal life. Oh, just go online and order it. I'll just run down to the store and get what I need. And then if that stops, they're like, no idea what to do. Like, no idea. And even if you're like, well, we're gonna fast for 7 days. What? Did you talk to your doctor about that? That's dangerous. You can't do that. What? See? Right? And if the lawlessness is allowed to continue, which it will be, and more so, then folks are going to be like, ain't nothing stopping me from going and taking what they got. I can't go get here and there, so I got to go get from over there. Yeah, me too, Johnny. I agree. We should go together. Yeah, and I think we should get Freddie to come too. And, you know, we can come in from this way when it's dark, and they won't see us coming. And we can probably get in and out, and they won't even know we're there. But if they get up and they're armed and stuff, we got to make sure we're prepared too, because I'm not losing one of you guys to those rich people up on the hill, or whatever, man. All right, we'll go tomorrow. I mean, how many times do you think scenarios like that could play out at once when there becomes famine? And then when there's some kind of insane pestilence now that's next level, this is worse than the you know what. Oh my God. Better go to the safe city. They have water. They are able to test the water and treat the water. This water over here is making people sick. Don't drink the water. They'll be rushing right on in there. Drop everything just to go rushing right on in there. And then, you know, they might have to send out rescue parties to round people up. People who weren't able to make it, or who didn't have transportation, or, you know, it wasn't safe for them to travel. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna try to rescue them. We're risking our own lives to go out there and rescue those people that need to be rescued. So pray for us, right? Yeah. Orchestra that has a lot of different sections, and then there's the maestro there, and he's telling you, now you come in and do that, now you do this thing that you do. Remember, we practiced this, you guys. Everybody knows we had the rehearsals. Keep timing. Come on. Sometimes I'll be tempted to get really worried about it all. When exactly? Oh, what am I gonna do? But my commands and my instructions aren't to make preparations like a Latter-day Saint, hoarding canned things in my basement. Right? I'm sure that they can come up with some scripture that, but it's really to wait on Abba, to trust Yahuwah, to obey Him, that He is the source of the deliverance, not our own works in the flesh. So then I can kind of like try to return to Shalom again, walking in Amunah. Which doesn't mean that you don't discern and consider all, you know, different types of options, or store away something. I guess that there's a balance, and it's like in all these things that Yahusha and I, as we've been studying through the scriptures and growing and discerning and realizing that there's like balance. If we go too far to the left hand or too far to the right hand, then we can actually like slip off this narrow path. So that Amunah without any works is not going to be the solution, and getting all anxious and worried about all the things that you got to do without Amunah is not going to be the thing either. We're going to have a balance of these things, and we're going to be seeking for Him to direct our steps and guide us. It's just like everything to do with this truck and the RV transport and all that. How do I know that this is going to be my last load or not, or that it's going to be actually even that I'm even going to have time to take it or not? How do I know Seattle's not going to be underneath 25 feet of water in an hour or 10 hours, or 20 hours, or 20 days. I don't know. But it kind of seems like it's coming. And, you know, we have to have our head in the sand to not see all the different maps and everything that have come out that have been dangled in front of your face. Like, we told you that this was going to happen, and you didn't want to listen, and you didn't believe it. So it's not our fault. We warned you. The East Coast and the West Coast, like, underwater, you know. I think it was, one of them was like a U.S. Navy, perhaps, military document that got released. Oh, I don't know how, whoops, don't know how that got out there. Yeah, let's go ahead and put this out so they can see it. Well, we won't tell them, you know, whether it's true or not. We're just gonna get it out there. Tom's Boat Shop. Road closed. Sheriff's standing by. What's that all about? There's some wild stuff out here. I saw a bunch of cattle. Now there's a bunch of bull cars. Radio towers on top of that hill. Mega high-powered electric lines running through there. I don't think that living underneath or near those is very wise at all. I'm sorry, but I don't care, like, what kind of a deal you got on a piece of property. Like, oh, you can get this. This is a $450,000 house that you can get for only $120,000. I'm not doing it. Oh my gosh, why am I want to pay you to make my whole house sick? Even if you said it was free. Even if you wanted to pay me a free cheeseburger to ingest your poison, I'm not taking it. It's like I said, the ones who already accept all their stuff as being true, they don't need to worry about trying to, they don't have to try and manipulate and convince them, because they're already led on a string. They already have a type of soul tie. They're already sleeping with the enemy, eating meat sacrificed to idols, fornicating with devils, whatever you want to call it. They're already given over. People don't like to hear me say that, but you know, I can't shrink back from speaking truths just because it may offend. I had to give that up a long time ago. Yes, there is a point that someone becomes sealed. That's what that means. Sealed. And the Malachim given instructions to pass over those who are sealed by Yahuah in their foreheads, transformed by the renewing of their minds, the mind of Yahusha HaMashiach, who is the way, who is the truth, and the light. The truth will make you free. I almost said it before in Mighty One's name. Sign said, end big government socialism. Isn't socialism just a pathway to communism? And isn't communism just a Luciferian design of a government that can ultimately force the people to do everything they say or die, comply or die? I'm not saying that you couldn't use it to, like, if it was above board and it was Let us take all things which we have in common and distribute to those who are in need, so that none shall be without. And this was all done in Qadashayam and Thurah, like in Acts chapter 2. Okay, but no. You see, you have chata, you have crime, you have criminals. And so the ones who go raised up into those power positions get drunk on their power and do everything they can to keep it, and they don't actually care about the people. They're more than willing to sacrifice those people in order to keep their own power, to do what needs to be done. Lie, cheat, steal, kill, whatever. Okay? That's how they end up being placed in those positions, because their allegiance to the darkness. And you need to stop thinking that there's a few GOODMEN out here that you can just, vote and elect. This bird is going right with the road. What's up, Blackbird? He's like, yeah, I follow this road to the food. Oh, he's so pretty. Look at him, just soaring along. Okay, now he just swooped off to that post on the side of the road. So anyway, it is the structure that I guess people get herded into, right? It's a false paradigm and illusion to believe that there is a form of government by any king upon the earth which is actually like for the people. By the way, who are the people? I remember I told you that there was a 6,000-year-old death cult whose everything they do is in secret. Well, not anymore, but I never realized how vast their numbers were and how widespread their influence was until they started to come out into the light, which is part of this whole new dawning thing. It's a lot. It's a lot. Remember, the scripture says that the end days have to be cut short, unless that all flesh shall perish off the face of the earth. This beast system will become a type of all-consuming fire as well. Not like Yahuwah's Ruach is an all-consuming fire, but it's going to be a selfish, devouring, consuming. Yeah, it's not going to be well. So much so that it's more than anything ever in all time. In fact, it would be like taking all the worst things and combining them into one crescendo, a grand finale, like in the fireworks, right? The crescendo, like the climax, all that. Really didn't know that all that stuff was going to be coming out, so wherever Abba leads us, that is where we shall go. I mean, I guess, if I stop and think about it, like, if it was just really up to me, then I probably would have been telling my Shah a long time ago, no, we're getting up out of this place. This place is crazy. I tried, babe. I came here because you wanted, you missed the beauty of it and all that. I get it. We're gonna find another place that's got beauty but doesn't have so much of a. There's probably other places that are also eaten up with the same type of tyrannical mindset within the governments of respect my authority, But it really done got hog wild over there. And then the lawlessness too, because like I said, I saw, Father let me see, they just were releasing all the felons like crazy. And then they find them and they got warrants and stuff. Nope. Now you go catch a fish without your proper tag, but they're gonna get you, boy. But these guys here, they're wanted for ag assault and battery. No, we're not doing that right now. Just we're not gonna be moving forward with our charges right at this time. Are you freaking kidding me? And then Abba showed me. And he already had a foundation because I've already worked for the police, and I'm able to work in multiple jurisdictions for multiple agencies. Okay, and there's a pretty diverse culture too, like in Orlando area, Apopka, Leesburg. You actually have a lot of seniors, so you have young and old. In Indian Harbor Beach, you have a lot of military, which is also very much a melting pot. Anyway, I run names through the system to check for warrants, to look, check and see what they got going on for a driver's license, all that. Enough of however much, I don't even know, thousands. I don't know if it's tens or hundreds. I don't know, a lot. a lot, right? Dude, that is a creepy sign you got there, Mr. Billy's Burgers. That is a creepy. Whew. Dang, what time is it here? Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm just surprised that these places are not open. Well, when I came out to the Issaquah and started to run the things there, I never saw so many names that I could not pronounce, that I would not know how to spell. And they're from I'll just say Greater Asia. You can just pick and choose whatever, fill it in. Doesn't matter. It's not that. That's not the point of that. It's at the point of like, obviously not from around here, obviously new. Not saying that I have any issues with like folks from different places, because I don't. I've been close to a lot of people from a lot of different places. No problems at all. I'm all about judging a person by their own character, and not what other people say about them, but forming my own understanding of what that person is like. Because a lot of the people that are been really cool with me don't get along with other folks, and I have a problem with that, because I don't get along with most other folks neither. And then the ones that they'll be like, oh, this one's so great and this and that. That's the one. Why this freaking guy lying to me? I thought he was so great. He's actually like deceitful. What? And so that's been my experience. Heck, most people are not very well at judging character at all. My point in that, seeing all those names, is that it's pattern recognition. Like, wait, what? This isn't. Every once in a while is one thing, but this is like non-stop all the time. What? And just like how we started to see, when they get a little sticker on your car that says, "Hey, student driver, be patient with me. I'm learning. New driver." I ain't never seen so much of that as it has been probably the last, I'd even say, year. We started noticing it when we was door dashing, and it was all over the place. And I'm like, it's full-grown folks. Lady, you gotta be about 50 years old. What you mean you're a new driver? Where are you from? Hey, where you get that Tesla? Dang, look at that house. Look at that neighborhood that you're just pulling into. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be able to like discern these things. Most folks are not going to pay attention. They're like, oh yeah, student driver, big deal. been hearing about that for 40 years, 50 years, whatever it is. But not seeing the pattern, the increase, the frequency of it. That's all. And what does all that ultimately mean? I mean, you gotta work that out. You gotta ask Abba about that. At some point back in the day, all the folks that called this place home, that was born and raised on this land, that laid their fathers to rest here, were forcibly removed and placed in designated areas. And somehow, some way, even though folks would be like, oh, that's tragic, they never consider the possibility that that could happen to them. And it's mind-blowing to me. I mean, I guess it has to do with the allegiance, right? And people believe that the entity that they're swearing their allegiance to would never do anything to harm them. Well, you could see the evidence of it if you really wanted to go out and search, seek, see, find. Absolutely. That entity absolutely does do harm to those that swear allegiance to it. I did a video not too long ago that says, do not swear. And the scripture teaches us to let our yes be yes and our no be no, and that's enough for us. That you don't swear that you're going to do this thing or that thing when you don't even have the power to control one hair on your head from growing or falling out, or in my case, getting tangled and ripped out because it's so fine. Whatever. You don't, right? So the thing is too, when you place your right hand, which is a symbol of your works, or you raise your right hand, you place your hand above the scriptures. I'm saying now, I'm placing myself above the scriptures and directly disobeying what it says. It says not to swear, and you're swearing over it. Right? And think about that, where that is. Law, medicine, military, emergency services, I don't know, judges, right? Nurses. It's all over the place, man. And every time you go into the court, right, to be heard by the one who's across the bar, he's crossed over, he's on the other side of the bar. When you go and look at all the terms and the language that's used to describe the court, you're going to be blown away when you see how its connection to maritime, to merchant laws, to the law of the sea. It's freaking crazy, wild stuff. But yeah, they will lie directly to you, and lead you into a path that is your own demise. And what I saw when it was, oh, free lap dance, free cheeseburger, free pitcher of beer, whatever, I was like, are you kidding me? This is like, want some candy? little boy, get in my van, want some candy? Like, are you freaking kidding me, dude? We're not that stupid. Oh. Well, I guess a lot of us are. I actually didn't even realize that. But it makes sense, right? Because all these folks actually believe that we just put a red convertible in space. But you know the temperature that they claim that sphere is, right? What about the upholstery of that car? I mean, even probably the glass. It's all above its melting point. There's no stars in the video, dude. Hello? No. Totally believe it. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Look at that image of what they just did with that car. It's in space. It's just like that movie that I watched back in the 90s, maybe? Heavy Metal? Yeah, in the very beginning of that movie, in the intro, there's an astronaut who rides a red convertible out of the back of a spaceship, and he comes down, and then he hits the highway and starts driving on the Earth, and goes to this house where some mysterious things are going on, some really evil things. I thought I saw that red convertible before. It was a Corvette in the cartoon movie. Of course, now it's an EV. It's out of this world. That's why I told you. I have zero respect for anyone who speaks, believes, preaches those types of obviously false things. Like, I can't. If I was in a room and I was trying to find something, I was trying to find a can opener in this room, and there was somebody in there that was bumbling around and bumping into everything that didn't even really know I was there. You think I'm gonna stop and ask that person if they can tell me where to find what I'm looking for? That's silly. I'm probably gonna say, hey, do you know where you are? I think I should help you find your way. You look lost. I'm not lost. I know exactly where I am. I know exactly what I'm doing. Right? Well, okay, but your eyes, you have a cover over your eyes, and so if you take that off, you'll be able to see. How dare you? How dare you imply that you can see things better than me? You know what I mean? Like, it's, and maybe a little mocking and a little scoffing to go with it. A little freaking viper. Oh. That would be an overwhelming and devastating truth if I wasn't able to rest in the sovereignty of the King of all creation. There are vessels of wrath, and it is not my place to judge him for what he does in his election. Like it says, my Father is in the Shemayim, and he does whatever he pleases. So be it. It might even seem like it's unfair or cruel. It might seem like that to me, but I have no understanding really. One day I will understand, and I will be able to look at all of his judgments and all of his rulings and say, wow, that was extremely fair. That was so patient, so long-suffering, so much opportunity was given. And look at how they spat in his face. He pleaded, he pursued, he showed. Yep. Every single one of the Qadashayam of Yasharal who is called and delivered by the mighty right hand of Yah is going to see his works in redemptive history like the greatest movie ever that does not end, that continues to, we just continue to see work on work on work for his esteem magnifying, like, wow, look at what else Yahuwah did, look at what he does, right? And all the times that he did transform hearts and he did give new life, and how he delivered that one from devils. And to blow our minds even more, that these things are foreordained before the foundation of the earth, before the declaration of light. Let there be light. And that even in that, each vessel still had its own agency, still had its own ability to choose. Yeah. Yahuwah is amazing, and there is nothing else that we can say about that. Man, if you can't look at the very creation itself and just be in awe of his handiwork, you are that blindfolded person in the kitchen bumping into every freaking countertop and claiming to be able to know what's going on. Just the seed itself. A seed. You can take a mustard seed if you want, man. You can just take any old dang seed. Just look at it, what it is. It's just this perfect little travel package that represents food, shelter, shade. Make a list. What all can the seed mean? A nation can spring up from that seed. A nation of kings and priests forever after the order of Malach Sadak can come after that seed. Yahusha is the image of the seed planted in the ground and then springing up into new life that brings about much fruit. right? The seed of a tree that grows up like this one right over here, next to this structure. How many birds and things birth their little, lay their little eggs up in the branches of that tree? That was once just a seed and one of millions. This stuff's incredible. All the things, all the way the winds work, the sun and the moon, the heat and the cold, right? The rain and the snow. I personally believe that all these lands look like this because people don't stop freaking messing with it, thinking they're doing something. Turning and flipping and spraying and doing. If all this area just got left alone for some period of time and you were able to return and look at it, it would be covered in vegetation, trees, with life abundantly and teeming with birds and all kinds of fruits. What's going on here? Is that the way you tell me that it's 35? Where's the white sign? Why are they yellow? Dude, diesel is $4.44 right here. That place could easily get you in a speed trap. Usually a speed limit sign is white with black letters and it has the same type of shape to it. Well, right there, it was a tiny little yellow sign that was right underneath. This is probably that's another one of it, just like that. You got a diamond-shaped yellow sign that shows an intersection, and right underneath it is a little square yellow sign that says 35. I didn't know that they were allowed to reinvent the speed limit sign for that little town. I mean, that, all right. Heartline, Washington. Man, I am so excited to get home. I cannot wait. And it's going to be a few days, too, that we're going to get Baruk Yahuah, because it's almost a Shabbat, you know. So, of course, there's Sunday right away because I can't even do anything with the trailer. And my window to drop is Monday, Tuesday because it is such a far multi-state haul. And I even told dispatch I was not sure about my hours. So right now it says I have 3 hours. Let me go and check in my log and see what it says I'm eligible. Wow. 3:46. I'm definitely not digging how close that is. Can't like it. It's very frustrating. Yahuah Barak, cover me up under your wings, by your breath. His Ruach. Hallelujah. Well, in the wisdom of a man, this just means that this field is in a stage of its, it's not ready to plant yet. Okay, this section is planting, watering, it'll be harvested, then it'll be turned, I don't know. However, whatever. Right? Some kind of mass agriculture. Now look at these power lines running through here. So what do you think about the critters and the crops that grow up underneath that, the influence of that? You guys have seen, right, people showing plants, like here's a plant next to a Wi-Fi router, here's a plant that's not near a Wi-Fi router. Oh, let's plant them at the same time and we'll water them regularly and they get equal light, whatever. It's like a little science experiment. And you can clearly observe, test, repeat the damage done to the life form because of the emission, the frequency, the radiation, what have you. But you just throw your frozen TV dinner chemicals into that radiation box and press that button and nuke it. Oh, I'm gonna nuke me a Hot Pocket. And then someone tells you that it's not well, and you're gonna go Google. This urban legend is not true. There is no scientific data. Blah blah blah. FDA.gov. See, I knew that guy was a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist trying to say that putting your food in the microwave is not healthy. Or they might even do worse. They might even just mock you and scoff you right to your face. And I just say, so be it. Some of these things are self-evident. Excuse me. So let's just check and see what kind of a fuel economy we get right here. This is a long, flat stretch. I'm thinking it's going to be 9. It says 10. Our overall average is 9.1, and this little section right here is 10. It's pretty surprising, actually. If there is wind right here, I don't see evidence of it based on my environment. The shrubberies are obviously too low to the ground to really see anything unless it's gusty. And these vast dirt clod, whatever. It's kind of a trip too because, this area is very dry. And if you go just onto the other side of the mountains, it's extremely wet all the time. All the time. And from a scriptural understanding, again, Yahuwah is sovereign over droughts and all that. Starting to feel an increased temperature, even though it's only saying 55, which is kind of making me pause and be like, well, maybe that's because of your coffee. And that happens to me. I think I was asking you all yesterday if that happens to you. So look at that over there in the distance. That land formation. Water right here. Oh, is this going to be Moses Lake? Forgot what it is. Moses. It's something of Zeus. S-U-S in the Greek denotes ownership to Zeus at the end of words, like Pegasus, horse of Zeus, Dionysus, cup of Zeus. I could be incorrect about that one. You might want to just do a little search, but just go check it out for yourself. You're going to see tons of words that end with S-U-S in the Greek tongue, which is also an unclean tongue. So it's telling me to turn left right here. Okay, so if I were to go to the right, that would be Grand Coulee Dam. Other thing I don't think I'm going to get into right now. And this way is to west, which is Owanachi. Oh, Coulee or Coulee corridor. I don't know exactly how you pronounce that. This here is also 60. I'm going to take a little bit slower approach on this turn. See, this is kind of like Arizona looking right here. Ain't that crazy? But the borders on maps are, I don't know, just a man-made construct. It's not that Yahuah didn't operate with borders and regions and kingdoms, because of course he did. But don't think for 1 second that these ones that you see represent anything that's that ancient. Look at some of this farm equipment. I mean, how much do you think that thing costs? That red, that thing is massive too. Even all the equipment that's in that yard right there, how much? Millions, probably. It's incredible. All right, so now we're looking at 50. Here's going to be another crazy expensive diesel price. Now we're at $4.69 if you want to put it on your card. You can get it for $4.59 if you use cash. There's a Tesla charging station built into that town. It's free. Yeah, right. That's because all these freaking folks paid for it. So it can be free to someone else. Like the local electronic or electrician or plumber or welder around here that's struggling to make ends meet. And you're about ready to jack up the fuel price on him. Every bit of electricity that comes out, well, I shouldn't say every bit, because here they'll say hydroelectric. The power that's in the charging stations had to come from somewhere else. A lot of it just comes from coal. So I don't know what this is. Banks Lake, Banks. The water level looks pretty darn high. I guess that's because of the dam. Kind of interesting. There's sure a lot of water in this area. Which may or may not impact the agriculture around here. I don't know. Let me know what you think. The water in Yahuah's Arats has cycles, and if you strangle it, it will impede its ability to do what it do naturally. So, you know, it's like if I put something, cover up your face, you breathe in through your nose and through your mouth. So if I just cover that with like a ski mask or something, then it's going to impact your ability to breathe, which will ultimately affect on the cellular level, the oxygen exchange that's occurring in your blood. And it may or may not be healthy for you to have that oxygenation reduction restrictor plate. You know, in NASCAR racing, how they have restrictor plates? And they put that on there, and it's to keep them from their complete potential. I'm trying to not say wrong words here. Right? They're able to do more. They're able to run hotter and faster and have more power and stuff, but they're retarding them on purpose. They're restricting them. So it's a regulation, like, you know, like a governor on an engine is there to keep it pinned into a certain performance. Like it could regulate the speed, it could regulate the RPM, right? A governor. See what it means? Some of these areas out here reminded me of like the Grand Canyon. Not the vastness, but just how you have those, what do you call it? The sidewalls, like the plateau looking. It's flat and it has a cliff. You see the coloration, sediment layer. But it's just in a different type of way. You wouldn't necessarily feel drawn to dwell here because it's more like a wilderness, there is life out there, but there just went one crossing over the road right there. I would just show me an antelope or a deer or something just went right down that little ridge. I wish I could see you. I don't know where you goated. But it was definitely a beast of the field, right? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so I'm just trying to recall what I was speaking about before, and I was talking about the next few days. So filled with thanks to Abba Yahuah, because we'll have the rest of today, which it seems like I'm going to arrive very early. Abba Yahuah, you're going to have my baby messages me. I'm going to let her know how long I'm there and that I would like to be able to eat with them. It's telling me that it's 9. So they're usually getting up at 8, getting straightened around, and so maybe we can even have the break of the fast together. And then Monday, Tuesday, I'm going to be coordinating the drop with the dealer. Probably look to wash the truck. It's very filthy, and it ain't just drive-through type thing. It's get all bugs off type thing. And I'm trying to think what else. Of course, Shabbat on Wednesday. I'm going to get the tires rotated on the truck on Tuesday. Still haven't really decided where I'm at with the whole tank situation, because I could have it looked at where it was installed in Goshen. But if it seems like something's still going on with this last round right here that I'm trying to watch real close, I may end up having to call a place that's in town, call them tomorrow. They're closed on Fridays, that's why I couldn't call yesterday, or I probably would have already scheduled something. I was going to look into do it before I found out that the tank itself wasn't leaking. But something in the line, I guess, could be leaking before or after the pump, before or after the filter. I'm not seeing the evidence of it, but maybe they'll be able to see it or pressure check it or something. I don't know. So anyway, it could be something that I'm looking to get dealt with on Thursday as well. Pacific Diesel, they're called, in Monroe. If they're open, if they're able, they're usually scheduled in advance, and you can't get in right away. And I just don't know who else. Like, it's stupid too, because I see these external tanks rolling around town on the regular, and I don't know, like where they go or who does it for them. Because there's this place called Kenny Trucking, and he's told me, I usually just work on big rigs, but they did my DOT inspection, and he's like, yeah, I don't know who does that. I think he's been there. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that I remember seeing on there since 1970. I don't know. I was gonna ask the guy at the tire house if he knows. And heck, maybe they'll even look at it. They might say, oh, we can't work on that, or yeah, no, we'll take a look at it and see. It's a dang mystery, guys. I don't know. Can't figure out what's up with that. 2 hours and 46 minutes. Now, see here, you got a lot of stuff that's growing on every corner of this here intersection except for this one. So they're going to probably just say, well, that one's, maybe they're resting the soil or introducing some nutrients to it first. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is a mystery, because even in Yubalim it talks about how Abraham was a big Baruk to the people, because he basically invented plowing. Like, came up with the concept of how they could turn the earth and introduce the seed by pulling it on a sled, and also he would drive away the birds that I would guess damage the crop, or like, eat up your profits or whatever, your increase, I should say. Probably shouldn't say profits, because it's not really about money, it's about food or grain. I see you there, lesser light. So I wanted to see if we can house a fire. Mostly just want to spend time. I ain't even really too crazy to care about what we do, as long as we get to just get time together, man. I miss him so much, and we ain't really been apart. I'm trying to think if there's even been a night. my baby will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I really can't recall. She might say, and I'll be like, oh, that's right. That happens a lot. It's interesting because I'm kind of conceptually minded, like concepts, and it's not that she's not also aware of concepts, it's that she's just able to like get into detail stuff that I struggle with sometimes, in details, and like remembering actual names, or just like this thing with all the birds. I'm blown away how they do. My boy too, they listen and they hear a bird and they name it. I'm like, whoa. Or like I told you before with the crop. See, I can look at this crop right here on the ground and I do not know what that is. Is that corn? Freaking no. No, look, I look too dang tiny. But I know it starts out small. A seed. Woo! They go first circle. So there's a mountain range right out there. I mentioned this yesterday. I point out those mountains right there, and my baby be sitting right here being like, yeah, that's this range. Like, oh. I'm almost like, how the heck do you know that? If I do ask that, how did you know that? Because that peak right there, that's Mount such and such. Oh. How did you know that? Oh boy. Sometimes another person's gifting can make you feel less than. But we gotta be careful with that too, right? I mean, if you just look at a body and the eye might see the heel and be like, okay, our person is running and they're running very fast and they keep on thundering you down onto the ground with so much force. How can you take all that punishment? Boy, if I were to be put down onto the ground with that much pounds per square inch, I'd be squished. I'd just be like gooey, goopy all over the pavement. How do you do that? And the heel don't know the answer to how they do that. That just, they do what they do. That's what they do. That's how they designed to be like doing. And they're like, are you kidding me? You're talking about me taking abuse? How the heck do you focus on that? And then our person looks at that and it's clear. And then they look at that and it's, how do you keep on doing that? I wouldn't even know how to begin to try to focus on a thing. What are those lenses that you have? Where did you get those lenses? What's that thing in the back that detects the light? Where do you get your cone from? You know? There's an oil tanker down there, but it doesn't look like completely abandoned. It's just really odd. See these rock formations up ahead of us. Let me see if we're gonna get, oh yeah, you're gonna get a chance to see because we're coming right down here and then we're turning. And when we turn, you're going to see a wall of earth that has some kind of layers going on. And it, oh, watch out, little guy running across the road. It's like a little road runner. Is that a road runner? It's actually almost more the shape of a quail, but it wasn't flying or anything. Just okay. There's going to be something obstructing the view. I didn't realize we were dropping down into this. So this isn't what I was referring to. It's on the other side of this. This, I think, you know, they cut this out to say the road, right? Okay, it's all the way across this valley. There's really shiny lime colors, yellow and green, bright. And you see how those rocks have like layers? And I know they probably say, oh, that's from millions of years of erosion. Yeah, okay. It's pretty though, right? And actually, on the other side over here, if you could see, I don't think you can, if you are able to see, it goes all the way across here too. I mean, from my 6 o'clock to my 11 o'clock on this side, and then on your side that thing goes all the way up to 12 o'clock and right on back. We're in a valley basically surrounded by those types of rock formations. Yep. So I'm getting close to being at half a tank, and I'll do some 10-minute intervals to refill the tank. I really did not want to buy any diesel in Washington, but I'm not going to really get a choice. And you know, the global crisis is going to drive the prices up of all the fossil fuels. Fossil fuels? That's another big lie. But some places are going to be impacted more than others because of the governor that they have over their economy. And, you know, Washington, California, New York, those are going to be some of the worst impacted and probably earliest onsets of this increased tax. It's a fleecing, right? Whoa. So just like some rancher or something might look at his sheep and they got a lot of wool on them, and he's like, yep, it's time to cut that off. And maybe a real cruel owner would say, yeah, I'm going to do it right at the time of the harshest winter. That's when I'm going to fleece you. Right before the dark winter. And to necessitate the crippling and the dismantling of the entire economy, because the mega companies and stuff like that will cease. The profit margin will dip, and to the point where they'll say it's better for us to just suspend all activity and wait for this to pass. You're laid off. You're not able to order any of this or that right now. Currently out of stock. Please check back later. Oh, bro. And that's when my Aki's gonna be like, I told you. You know what I mean? Not in that kind of way, but like maybe because I'm discerning that we had a little bit more time, he's discerning that we had a lot less time. And heck, I thought that we were out of time in 2020, and now it's 2025. We're basically 5 years and 3 months into what I would consider to be a 7-year process that I'm actually expecting to fall short of 7, because if it were to continue the entire 7, everyone would be destroyed. But there are going to some of us who are moved. And then there are going to be some of us that are enduring up until the time that the sky cracks, the shupar blasts long and loud, the great terrible voice of several rushing waters and thunders and lightnings and a quaking of the earth that's never been felt before. And an army of Qadashayam are riding in with the king. Galuth Chazum, revelation, the unveiling. Where every knee will bow and every tongue will confess who the real Elohim is, who the real Adonai is. And for those of us who know, it is like our heart's desires is longing and waiting for that moment. H-O-P-E. H-O-P-E. See if I can get that word. All these operate words, and very difficult to try and keep them all in my remembrance. So I have some pictures. All the screenshots that I took during orientation, but a lot of them are blurry. Got your camera right there. Eye in the sky, looking at you. Pictures that my mashpaka sent me our little pups in the glistening rays of the sun, the little grass of the field. So pretty, so cute. You know, you would think, here it is, finally. I'm so sorry. Thakua, you might even say. It's H-O-P-E. Baruk Atah. And in Christianity, they would call that a blessed hope. Hope is the name of a goddess, a foreign mighty one, and blessed means that you sprinkled swine's blood on a pagan altar. Pagan altar might also be a place where you prepare meats, sacrificed to idols, giving praise and esteem to foreign mighty ones. is actually forbidden for us. Another example of a commandment that's not done away with. You shall not have the names of foreign mighty ones on your lips. That name never go away. Our loving Heavenly Father does not have instructions like that for no dang old reason. That's to protect you. And it doesn't change or go away. You shall wear tassels on the corners of your garments to remember my instructions. Again, because they're to protect you. That ain't done away with. That's the silliest thing that, to think that is done away with. Is it not profitable for you to have something on your person, a do not forget, to help you remember the most important instructions that you're going to have your entire life? People leave themselves post-it notes so they don't forget to make an important phone call. And claim to love the Father and read His Word and all that. And you don't think that you should wear that tassel on the corner of your garment with the blue thread to remind you? Wow. But I was there, so I get it. Because that's because I had other people telling me what the Word was telling me. Oh, that means this. Oh, that means that. Oh, you must know. You're the expert. They don't know nothing. Absolute blind guides. The book itself exposes them. The very words that they chop up into little bite-sized nuggets and give you a little hors d'oeuvre. Here's your little ration of the Word this week. Go and be fed and be warmed and be clothed. Freaking get out of here. Bro, we should get into that scripture. We should be into that scripture for hours. Hours. Why would you want to starve yourself and have a famine of the Word? And then you need not that someone else will teach you. Now we sharpen each other and we sojourn together and we share different things from the Word that the Father shows us, and that's Qadash. That's community. But you go and sit up underneath and you're like, well, Pastor Williams said. He knows, he's been a pastor of First Place on the Hill, whatever, circa for 20 years. He went to cemetery and might as well be Salem. They teach lawlessness. That's witchcraft. They teach idolatry because they worship a foreign mighty one that is not Elohim. You are to have no other Elohim before my face, says Yahuah. Right? And I get it because, again, like I said, I was there and I couldn't see anything but whatever they were saying. Believing, their wisdom about history, about financing, about medicine, about the universe, about time. You can't even really touch into a section, an aspect to where there's not the deception there. Except one. there's only one pure water. There's only one pure living vine. There's only one source for all truth. And it does not mix. The light is separate from the darkness. Oh, I can see the obelisk right there. Seriously, man, if you can hear the things that I'm saying, most of the people that are in this stuff are going to shut this off so dang fast, they don't even give themselves an opportunity to hear nothing. Right? That blood ain't on my hands. Right? But if you are the member of a congregation of a federally registered 501c3 circa, and you gather together on sun worshiping day under a Babylonian cross, why you got that big old obelisk on top of your building? Why you got that obelisk down there in D.C. that's aligned with the White House? Why you got a pyramid on the back of your money? Why is the eagle logo really a phoenix? Why are there 13 arrows and 13 stripes? Why? Why did they tell the whole world that the astronauts called the president from the moon on his landline phone? How long would the tape delay be? How can you have a live conversation on TV? Wouldn't there be a delay? Why did NASA say we would go back to the moon in a heartbeat, but we lost that technology? How do you lose technology like that? I mean, even ancient people, as you know, they were really primitive. They weren't nowhere near as smart as us these days, right? They documented and recorded all their stuff on stone, and it never got lost to this day. Dang, I guess they outsmarted us on that one, huh? Yeah, seems like it. So since we have the FDA there protecting us and making sure that all the things that we consume are healthy, why is diabetes on the chart that goes straight up like this along with obesity? And probably a lot of other factors that you could look at. I don't know. Infant mortality. Why is that like that? I mean, obviously we're doing better than we used to, right? Alright, so, oh, that's weird. Why am I turning? I don't know why it's having me turn onto this little street in 1.6 miles. Dang old private road. Still ain't seen a whirlwind yet, but I ain't giving up. Temperature may still get to rising, but I don't know if we're going to have any although that flag right there is whipping pretty well. Okay. I guess I gotta turn to stay on 2. That's all I can figure. It's not telling me that though. But I'm dang sure not getting off of Highway 2, so Waterville churches. It tells you the names of the churches before you enter into the town. Right before it gives you a Lions Club logo and a Freemason Lodge sign. Airport Fairgrounds. 25 miles an hour now. Watch it. Better watch it, boy. You ain't from around here. License and registration. Show me your papers. Do you have your papers in order? Oh, bro. Alright, so it is basically to continue on to Highway 2. This little town is Waterville. There's a really old car rusted out right there in that lot. Oh my. Wish you could see the steeple over there with the rusty old cross that's actually... It's not even basically like 2 stakes crossed. It's got one pillar this way, and then it's one this way, and then it's one that way. Oh my gosh, this is not just... So it's not just a Z. It's a turn left, turn right, turn left. There goes another one. So it almost is like a quail, not a roadrunner, that bird that I saw. But it chose to run instead of taking off, which is weird. Just like that squirrel that sat in the road. And a few moments ago, I didn't hear 2 birds hit the front of the truck, but they dang sure didn't get out of the way. And I didn't even go that fast. It's like in this movie, I can't remember the name, but they had like this frequencies that were being emitted. It was like a type of mind control over the people, or like some kind of audible sound that would turn on, and they would all just be like, oh, like zombies. And then they would all go, I think it was a time machine. Whenever that would happen, they would all just go into a trance and come, like, get drawn to this one place. This is, I was tripping me out right now. Because Yahuah told me that the cities were a smorgasbord, like a buffet for demons. So anyway, in the movie, there were these really nasty creatures underground. This movie is called like Time Travel or Time Machine. Time Machine, maybe. And it's like, I think it's like, dang. I want to say something like R.C. Clarke, but that's probably not it. Not Orson Welles. I don't know. If you look it up, you'll see it. Some of you probably already have watched it. So there's like these slee stack people, whatever, like serpentine type people underground. And they're basically manipulating everything that's happening on the surface. And they're cannibals too in the movie. And so they would basically like turn on this frequency thing, and there go all the people go into like hypnosis, hypnotic trance, and they would just start marching themselves to what ultimately, again, this was to their own destruction. Now, they were brainwashed and convinced that it was well because they were going to have the seasonal sacrifice or the annual sacrifice, and that ever since this came into being, they don't have wars anymore, and they don't have famine and everything. Like, these ones that are underground give them all that they need. They have all that they need, and so it's worth it. Like, it's a small price to pay. Is that not just the craziest thing? Okay, 6% downgrade. Let's turn this on. And let's make sure that we got our speed limit in place. Actually, this is going to be way too... Here we go. Now I might be able to do it after this turn. Oh yeah. There she go. She doing her thing. You go, girl. So I'm gonna give us a little bit more speed. No dumping allowed. Wow, 35. This is steep. Speed is a dropping. Dang, there's a bunch of rocks right there. Dang, bro. Look at all these rocks right here. I want to get a bunch of earthen rocks like this for altar. Or we could just also say fire pit that we roast meat on to Yahuwah. They've even deceived everybody what that is and what that means and whatnot. That would actually have been a really cool place to get out and blow the shoe car. I'm gonna look for another one just like that, Mashpaka. And if I see it, we going to steam Yah with the blast. I just have to make sure I have enough room in the trailer and stuff. Yeah, this is a windy little descent down into here. And that's it, Purdy. Down in there, see those trees? Dang, dude. There's a whole forest down in that trench. Oh, here's one. Hold on. That's alright. It's not really that big of a thing, it's just that the truck has like this really rigid suspension. I'm just going to sit here for a second. Whew. Oh, Baruk Yahuah. And it's such a heavy truck that when there's like a drop, it just goes clong, and it sounds a lot worse than it is. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to turn this off so we can get the... I want to get the full effect of the birds. It's a little bit of noise, but that's the fridge. Hallelujah. Rumamu Yahusha. I get excited about these opportunities. earlier before I left, the gauge was showing less than a half, which made no sense because I've only refilled a certain amount, and it's like, okay, well, that doesn't add up. And then now I'm looking at it and it's on the other side, so it creates more questions like why is there variance in the gauge, and maybe it has something to do with the electricity. So then that makes me wonder, is the gauge even giving me accurate readings when I'm pumping? Because, or maybe like it can't, kind of thing, because it didn't have no power. You guys can see me. Either way, you'll be able to hear. Yahuah! I was having a lot of trouble. I actually couldn't figure out why. Sometimes I think it's because of my mustache, because I don't cut it or trim it or nothing, and it's like crazy long. But anyway, that gives me the opportunity to say to you, if you ever have any kind of issue that, or any kind of problem like that, don't let it deter you. Don't let it frustrate you or make you shrink back. Just press right on through. Just regroup, try again, and give him his esteem. Hallelujah. Alright, so when we gotta get out of here, I'm probably gonna need to get on it quite a bit. What? Oh, that was weird. My backup camera was on for a second, even though... Hey, what? Hold up. Okay, that's odd. Why is my... Dude, that is so weird. My backup camera... Yo, are you kidding me, dude? Alright, I'm gonna try to shut the truck off and start over. I don't understand. Something weird, because my backup camera on the dash was coming on even though I was in drive. And my actual backup camera up here is not turning on at all. Okay, that thing's rebooting. I'm gonna start this truck. So freaking weird, it's working. I don't know, but we are on a time crunch. Thank you, Father, for that opportunity. When I stepped up to the ridge over there, I could hear water running down there. It's really awesome. Alright, so I'm gonna try to get us out. And because I can't see really, I'm gonna stay on this side. Okay, now I can see clear, clear, clear. There we go. All the gadgets, the technology, all the stuff, honestly, like, start acting really loco. And it's just something that I feel like is going to increase. And again, the people who are who are bought out, so to say, by the beast, aren't going to really perceive it or see it, or they're going to just think that it's some kind of coincidence, or you're making a big deal out of nothing, all that. Trying to make you feel crazy. You ain't crazy. You ain't crazy, family. Right? Those who can see things that everyone else cannot see, they perceive you as crazy, but you are not crazy. Was Elijah crazy when he halal for Elisha to be able to see the Malachim? Of course not. Was Yahuchanan the revelator crazy when he was given visions of the end times, which, by the way, are all very clearly coming to pass? Of course not. Excuse me. And you are not crazy. If Yahuwah has called you out of this world and into his kingdom. See, they got the world convinced somehow that being called out of the world means, you know, you don't drink, you don't smoke, and you don't say the F word or S word, right? And you're into his kingdom because you go to his circle and you call on Hail Zeus and Horus, Krishna, and all the rest. I don't know how they graffitied all that, but that's pretty crazy. They're risking life and limb to just spray their name on a rock with some can paint. Crazy. Anyway, completely lost my train of thought. Don't worry, happens all the time. Baruk Yahuah. So they think that they're in his kingdom because they go to his parish and his congregation and his assembly, and they're in the new coven. C-O-V-E-A or C-O-V-E-N. And anyone knows what is a group of witches called? A coven. Oh my gosh. They're literally breaking his commandments and claiming to be his people. They're not called out of this world. They approve of the things of this world and make everyone else think that they're okay. That's the trick. That's the deception. There's a house and a barn and everything way down in the bottom of that. Is that a culvert? Is that what we would call a culvert? Probably so. Woof. I don't know, maybe the sound is loud for y'all. Hopefully it's not too unwell. This is the most noise that I done heard her make in a while. See, now if I go like that, that's the trailer brake. See the trailer? Oh, there went my ears just popped. Baruk Yahuah. It's 7:25 at my home. It is still so pretty right here. It really is just so pretty. And I'm seeing these rocks everywhere over here. I don't know why it is when I go to some of the mountainous areas near us, I don't see a lot of broken rocks like that. Why? Maybe I'm going to pay closer attention right now. We're going to be going through some really, really gorgeous areas, you guys. And please, like and share and subscribe. And email me if you have questions about any of the things that I'm talking about. And I would love for a lot more people to be able to see this. Because again, after all, even if somebody just wanted to mute me and just look at this beauty, well, we're coming down into a body of water right here. Really pretty. We're all nestled in between mountains now. They're doing more mining down here. Of course they are. Pretty awesome that we ain't had no construction really as of yet. Okay, so that's saying 45. So now maybe she gonna shift. We'll go ahead and shift now. Nope. She said not yet. This is gonna be our turn, but this is actually just this is Orondo, and we naturally gonna go off to the right here anyhow. Still haven't seen a name for the body of water. I think we will though, so keeping an eye out. Goes the water over on that side. You might have been able to see. U.S. Post Office, Orondo, Washington. So we are going to turn to the left. I'm going to need to take this kind of wide so that I can square myself up properly. That house straight ahead of me is looking pretty dang expensive, I'll tell you that. So you can see what's going on there, and you can't see nothing coming from this other direction, like really. By the time you start pulling out here, it's kind of blind. But here we go. Alright, we've got some time. It's a horse trailer coming, but he's ways back. But they're still moving at a pretty well clip. Douglas County Fire. Leavenworth, 33 miles. From Orondo. See that there's a circle right there, and it says BLESSED, which is sprinkle swine's blood on a pagan altar, is the one who calls on the LORD, which is the name for Baal. Convincing, I mean, I wasn't going to say the entire world, but a huge amount of people that's clean. So it's a Columbia River. You guys know who Columbia is? Yeah. She's a GODDESS, right? Columbia. And she's up on top of the U.S. Capitol building, which makes her in a position above the supreme building of the entire land. And how is that not an idol? Anyone tell me how that is not an idol? You ain't gonna be able to convince me of that, bro. Oh my gosh. It isn't even supposed to be a historical person. It's literally Columbia. It's literally like the name of a foreign mighty one. It isn't hidden at all. It's right there in plain sight for everyone to see. All GODDESS worship is devil worship. They ain't the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Even when you say a pledge of allegiance to the flag, which you should be pledging your allegiance to Yahuwah. Period. Okay? And obedience to Him does not cause you to become an enemy of a nation or a kingdom, although it could put you at enmity with a wicked king and a wicked kingdom. You see? But it says with JUSTICE or with LIBERTY and JUSTICE for all. And they even have foreign mighty ones depicted, symbolized, statued, idoled for those things. Those are also names or virtues of foreign mighty ones. Just telling you the truth. I know folks gonna be hating on that. Dang, look at that place high up on the hill, overlooking all things. See, I'm not convinced that the world gives that type of a seat to someone who's not serving the system. You got to be serving into the system. The world rewards its own. 60. Just checking my speed. Here we go. So yeah, Columbia River. And Baruk Atah Yahuah for that. I had no idea that was going to be popping up. I was just talking about the same theme, the same type of thing, and then it's like, oh, here's the name. Boom. Forget about it, bro. Wildwood Drive. And I know that the air ain't not been on the defroster at all. So when I come back and hear people saying that the audio is jacked up, that is some delicious coffee. Way to plan ahead, buddy. Great job. That's one of those yellow light means punch it. Guys. Even the moon, is she still right there? She's varied in her movements and her timings and things. But she's not disobedient. She's doing, that's how she was made. She's obeying her Father. And the Son is not disobedient. He's obeying his Father too. He's doing exactly what he was made to do. And they're different. She differs from him. And he differs from her. And yet, they are both obedient, despite their differences. Their similarities are those things that are the Qadash things, like doing the will of their Father. Just like Yahusha is different from me, I am different from my Yahusha, and we are both seeking to obey the will of our Father. And that's what makes us one. We have different gifts and we have different roles, but we have the same Ruach dwelling within us, the same heart and the same mind. I don't feel like it all the time, but ultimately it is. Most of the things that cause us to have issues are past hurts that cause us to read into things and become like insecure or emotional. Or they're also like miscommunications, misunderstandings. That's why we actually try to spend a lot of our time clarifying, because if the Shalom remains broken for any prolonged period of time, it can lead to types of bitterness and resentments, and those things can ultimately lead to married couples becoming more like disinterested of their partner, and like, what would be the word here to use? Not say like passive, but like to just accept mediocrity, or try to supplement it with stuff, and sometimes it's even like trips or gifts or like meals or something, you know what I mean? Just ways to try and, which I'm not saying those things are unwell at all. I'm saying they might use those things to try to patch up and boost and increase something that is damaged because of a type of neglect. Like, if you plant something, a crop, and it has, the soil, the sun, the water, and it's not being poisoned, then it's going to do well. But if you see it and you're like, oh, it's not doing so well, it's struggling, and then you're like, well, I'm I'm going to fix it by adding this chemical, something that's not really what it needs in order to be healthy, but to like simulate or give it like an artificial color, artificial fiber, artificial whatever. You know what I'm saying? I hope that's making sense. I don't know if it is or not. What we need to do is make sure that it has the root things that it really needs. And I'm trying to say that the marriage needs to have the shalom. It needs to have the like-mindedness. It needs to have the mutual care. It has to have the sacrifice. One sacrifices for the other. Not because they want something back, but because they want to be a Baruk Atah to the other one. They really want the other one to have abundance. Nobody's like trying to be a parasite. Nobody's trying to be selfish and manipulate the other one and get their way. All this stuff. It's all different types of things that we learn that are unwell. All right, what are we doing here? We're turning to the right. So it's saying 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, my baby probably gonna be messaging me because that's when her alarm is gonna go off. If she's sleeping soundly and well, and the puppies are letting her rest and all that, then she will go to the alarm. You know, obviously. It's like, bro, you look like you were backing up for a second, but that's because your taillight's busted out. Oh, here we go with another roundabout. Oh, we got to go 2 miles first. So let's make sure that we get all the way up to 50, and then we'll have to slow down and do a roundabout. Okay. Excuse me. Less than 2 hours away from home. The navigator gets me to a point and it's saying like, I'm going to remain on this road for some great distance, whatever it is, I'm going to start turning on the auxiliary tank, because now we're down to 3/8. Last time, the roundabout, like I slowed down for it, but it got like really tight, and it was really like, I would have had to have gone way slower. And I don't even know that the trailer would have tracked with me around that, because it was so tight of a radius. This is the weirdest dang little roundabout you ever did saw. I'm checking behind me, nobody back there, so I'm taking my half out at the middle, kind of split the difference, trying to just get on through here, not hurt nobody, ain't nobody hurting me. Alright, there you go. want you to take away their lollipop, even if that sugar consumption can lead to diabetes, inflammation of their entire body, joint pain, and all kinds of things that are not well for them. And even if you can show it to them and prove it to them, they might say, well, after I finish this lollipop. Oh, Abba, have Hasad on us. Right? Stiff-necked, rebellious people, hardened of heart, slow to listen, and very fast to speak. Vain babblings. Vanity of vanities. The vain babbler loves another babbler. They can just do their confirmation bias and their babble. It's like what do you call a group of turkeys? Is it a gaggle? Right? That they used to make the joke. Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya? Next day. Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya? Right? Sounds harsh, but have you ever seen it? Do you know about that? And they call the First Nation people primitive. Oh, bro. Be prepared to stop when flashing. Okay, and so it is flashing. And then look at the communities. Look at the generations dwelling together. All the families sharing, knowing each other, right? And trusting each other to correct one another's children because they are like-minded people. And they call it primitive. You know what I mean? Anything else would be uncivilized. Anything less would be uncivilized. Pardon me, do you happen to have any grape poupon? I want to put some grape and poop on my food so I can really enjoy it. It's all freaking processed chemicals, sugars, marketing, labeling, manipulation, preservatives. It's all gonna burn, bro. White knuckle clinging to your idols all you want, but they are going to take you to Sheol. And you will not have an excuse. Thus it is written. Thus it shall be done. So not digging the time. Because it is actually taking longer than it's said. And I'm trying to make time. I'm not trying to go above and beyond or nothing like that. I've been saying this has almost like been a theme of this, is that the beast system creates regulations, and then in order to succeed in the system you have to break them. And of course the people who are successful in the system will claim that they have not done anything. It's interesting. Look at those mansions up there. I call them mansions, but limit 60, but if I go 60 through here, I feel like I will be a fool. Watch that light try and catch me off guard. Cover me, Father. Hallelujah. Oh, there's a pretty old GMC right up there, a square body up on that. That is pretty. I would love to get that truck. Or a truck like it. Baby driver around. If I could afford to, I would. And the car we got, I probably can't afford. But how are they supposed to not have transportation? And then especially now, well, plus we were using that for food delivery too. The other little car was kind of a money pit. To be honest, it took me a while to pay off the repairs I had to do on that car. Dang it. Car dealership sees you coming sometimes when you gotta buy something used. It's not well. 12 miles. Got a green light here. Just going ahead and getting back up to speed there. I'm coming out of that little town area. I'm not speeding, I'm just getting back up to speed. Speed limit is 60. I got my thing set on 58. 58 is kind of like 59, and it's because of the tires. Wow, look at all those swooping black birds. Oh, those are hawks. Dang, they're pretty. How many is it? 4? Wow, they're so pretty. Ta-da. Another street light. And now it's flashing. Which means be prepared to stop. Alright, here we go. I made the vehicle in front of me get up to speed quickly because I'm going to have to go around him. He's not getting up to speed quickly at all. He was stopped. I'm not going to go rushing up to a red light and stop just so I can try to get my momentum haul the trailer. Towing is really well for you as a driver because it helps to train you to look ahead a lot and to watch very cautiously what folks are doing. It's also kind of exhausting when you do 4 11-hour days in a row. Yeah, you're taking 10-hour breaks, but it's a lot of time that you're checking, watching, observing. That water's right down there. It sure is pretty. Looks like we're gonna cross over it a few times. It'll be like snaking its way, as they say. Excuse me. Starting to go downhill here. Okay, so I'm gonna run the timer a second time. So that'll be a total of 20 minutes. Which should be 7:45. I'm gonna need to do it more, to be honest. Ain't nobody over there, ain't nobody over there. Some kind of orchard right here, growing a bunch of trees, fruit trees, whatever, in rows. Can't tell what's on those. Are those apples? Maybe. There goes another one of those birds of prey soaring right there. So we're starting to get a lot of pine up on the hills. I can see some of the mountains that we're going to be coming up into. We know that we saw a sign for what was the name of that town? It's a little German town that they got in the mountain there. Leavenworth. And back said 33 miles, so it's not that far for that, and that's pretty close to the top part of the pass. I mean, it's not the actual top part, it's just, I think it's nearby it. And they have like a lot of skiing there. And actually, oh shoot, you know what I just realized? Sunday on Highway 2, coming down out of the pass, the traffic, I'll say no bueno. That's what I'll say. I better start slowing down just in case. If this light decided to change on me right now, that would be not well. Thank you, Father, so much. Yeah, so that's going to be a consideration for sure. I think that could be like the worst time for westbound Highway 2. Gets backed up a lot. If I get stuck in traffic, I'm just going to be turning the video off. I want you to at least be able to see stuff, not just listen to me. That pretty, see that water? Did you see the white water? Baruk Yahuah, a way station in a half a mile, and we're going to drop our speed again to 50 now. Trucks over 16,000 stop. I'm not. I'm at 15. So I am not stopping so that you can freaking chew me out for not paying attention. It doesn't even really look like it is open. So weird. Okay, I do not want to get on 90, so I gotta get over. They're defaulting me to 90, but I'm going to be on 2. Highway 2, 50. Copy that. Got some more of these orchards through here, both sides of the road. Oh, it's flashing. And it's saying congested area, go 40. Shaston. Huh. Interesting. That's a pretty little thing. You see that pretty little bridge? There you go, about 40. So just right over yonder is Shaston. Back up to 50 we go. You know, it's pretty regular to feel the pressure of the time constraint. And the thing that happened with the Walmart last night, in a way, I guess was kind of a Baruk too, because I moved towards the Cabela's, which is in the direction I needed to go anyways, and it put me very close to the border of in Washington. So we are getting welcomed to Stevens Pass, part of the Cascade Loop, I think it said. Cars behind me piling up on my bumper. 2 of them are Teslas. There for a while I thought, hey, it's just something that's very common in Washington. They've passed some kind of legislation about like free charging stations in different public places and whatnot. But no, then I realized that it's I saw a bunch in Minnesota. Kind of shocking, but then I was like, oh wait, look at who was it, the governor? Why is this flag at half-mast? I feel like they've been doing it a lot lately. When I say like lately, I'm talking about since the inauguration, is the ushering in of a strong delusion. It's literally the etymology of that word, what it would mean. And it sure is. It sure is. Okay, so it's telling me that we're dropping to 30. And I see a bunch of those signs. There's a Lions Club one, there's a Freemason one, there's a Rotary Club, there's a bunch of club stuff there. You're not allowed to use your compression brake. Might disturb the PEACE. I wish I could figure out how to get that wolf box to stop showing me that pop-up. Entering Leavenworth. Oh, that's where we are. We are in Leavenworth right now. Hallelujah. Well, then that means my remembrance was incorrect about the altitude. Diesel's 448. Dang, bro. It's not the most expensive thing, but it's pretty dang expensive. It's a touristy place. That's all it is, dude. This place, as far as creation, so gorgeous. Like that water down there that I just got a peek at. Incredibly gorgeous. And actually, I've been here before when it's like mega crowded, so that was gross. Not so much right now. A little bit, right? Alright, so I'm gonna just let the fuel rest right here. We did two cycles, which should be about a quarter, but it's actually showing more than that, to be honest with you. Is somebody crossing here? Why is it flashing? That's another thing that they do. They have some crosswalks that flash just to let you know, hey, there's a crosswalk here. And then other ones, it's flashing to let you know that someone's utilizing the crosswalk. So now when you come to one that's just flashing because, hey, you think there's someone there and there's not. And I don't understand why they can't just be consistent with that. Dude, look at that little cutout. It just totally looks like a dude. So, amazingly beautiful place. gimmicky nature of it all, the marketing, the excessive consumption, all that makes it gross. It totally reminds me of Disney, Celebration. What's the other one? What's the theme park where they have different countries? Forgot. Epcot? Is it Epcot? Anyway, that's what it reminds me of. There's actually a German village there, and very similar. I'm just giving my opinion, bro. Like, look, I'm sorry. If you're in love with it, then it's no harm, no foul. Knock yourself out. Actually some kind of a slide thing right here that looks like pretty crazy to me. It's right up on this steep rock face, which you're not going to get to see, and it's some kind of like a rail car. Like, it looks like it would be a water slide, but it's more like a rail car. I don't know if you can see that. Wenatchee National Forest. Alright, so I don't know. I'm gonna leave my Shah message. There's some, oh dang, if you can see that water right down there, that is so gorgeous. Dude, can you see out my window? If you can, hallelujah, look at that. My Shah greeting. I always try. Sham Khadaning, baby. I loves you. I am very, very close. I just passed through Leavenworth. Mwah! I will see you soon. Sham Khadaning, Aiden. I love you, buddy. I will see you real soon. Bitau. Mwah. But there's turns and things on here, so I'm just trying to be wise. Excuse me. Very, very pretty up in here. Up in here. Up in here. So that's kind of weird, bro, because I got that fuel pump off. It was less than a half. My whole theory of like 10 minutes equals, I don't feel like it's reliable right now. You should see this gauge. It's up. It's up almost to filled, and it was under a half, and I only did 2 10-minute pumps. So I am confusion. I think think what I might have to start doing is just wait until it gets way down, and then just turn it on for like 10 minutes and then turn it off, and then wait till it gets way down. Might have to start doing that because I don't want to overpump. I don't even understand the functionality of it. Like, does it have a backflow or an overflow? Like, I don't even know. I probably should ask the folks at the place that question at least, right? It sucks because they tried to rush me out right at closing time, and I didn't get a chance to like learn how to do the weight distribution bars properly. I didn't get a chance to look to really go over things at all, and I got quite a few things done. You know, I already had the fifth wheel hitch. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten that there as well, and I might have saved money by going there for that. But I honestly don't know that it would have been as well of a hitch, because these guys at Airport Welding that did mine, they're experienced with doing that sort of thing, and it's a very, very important installation to be strong and reliable. It goes to the frame of the truck, and it's, you know, I'm surprised that it's only rated at 20,000 pounds, but I wouldn't be able to pull a trailer more than like 15 anyways. Wee water. Yeah, it's just really gorgeous. All over the place right here. So, I'm definitely not going to have any problems getting there fuel-wise, but it's probably a different story for my departure. Since I was able to sleep in my own bed. I think, was it the 27th? Probably the 27th that I left. And I can't remember if it was 31 days. It's been a long time, guys. It's funny, as soon as I said that, I thought about my aunt who's gonna go and spend like 2.5 months or something in the wilderness, right? I mean, I think he's going to be erecting a massive tent that can sleep like 18 people, I think. He's going to have, you know, tools, pots, pans. He's going to be planting seeds, doing all kinds of really awesome stuff. But, you know, like, I'm like, oh, I haven't been able to be in my own bed for over 2 weeks. And he's like, I haven't had a hot shower in over 2 weeks or something like that. It's like those memes, hold my beer, right? Talking about Yahusha, like, here, hold my beer. He's got so much experience with that, and I don't know if it's like probably decades, or you might say a lifetime hunting. Wow, steep rock face going pretty straight up. Check my baby's message, but this dang road is so windy, it's not easy. Oh, she say yay. also tell me that I have no internet, no phone, I'm sure. Gonna try to keep an eye out for rocks and see what's up. So there's definitely rocks there, but they're more like partially embedded in the soil. There's a bunch right here, but this is on the water side, the bank side of this. I mean, I know that scripturally, like, they would just gather stones from wherever they were. Temperature is definitely down right here, but there's no sun because we're below all these mountains and they're blocking it out. There will be some spots. I even wonder if there might even be some snow still on the ground in the upper portions, right? Man, Abba has it such that nobody's behind me pushing me. Like, I know there may be soon, Abba, but thank you that there has not been so far. Okay, here comes some of that sun. Getting a little bit. Probably a great view right there for you. Look at that glistening water. And I heard this. I was looking at some reels of square body Chevys because I just love looking at them old Chevys. Literally the most beauty-filled pickup trucks ever. And I don't have to narrow down to some particular years or whatever. It's 60, 70, 80, 90. I look at them all. They're gorgeous. This truck is a 2017. I think it's got one of the coolest front ends. The hood with the scoop and the way the grill is. Yeah. Anyway, so I was just checking out some of those as I was trying to get myself wound down to sleep. And there was this song, this old country song, and the guy was saying that he's a prisoner to the highway or something, or yeah, I think to the highway, and that he was something like in chains to her beauty or something like that. And I was like, oh, I think I'm going to need to hear some more of this song. And so I was trying to click somewhere on the reel, which is a Facebook thing, to see other videos that have that same song, and I can't find that button like you might see on TikTok. So I don't know who the artist is. I don't know. I could probably Google something like "Prisoner to the Highway" and probably come right up. I need to do that. I don't want to forget. I don't want to get sucked into secular music at all. But I was just like, wow, I can feel that lyric. There's been a lot of things about this work that have been frustrating, and most of it is because I'm just learning. But one thing is for sure, looking at all this, I ain't gonna get tired of that. I'm not gonna get tired of that. Crossing the country in Yahuwah's chariot, right? May he Baruk Abigail to be like a trusted steed, just a hard-working horse that reliable. Because you never know, bro. Like, I mean, lots of people have problems to where, like, transmission, engine, some major kind of repairs. These trucks are very expensive to work on, and not something you're going to just do yourself. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had a 78 Chevy and it needed some major mechanical, I wouldn't be changing it myself. I could, with a little bit of direction and a little bit of guidance, do a starter or alternator or, you know, something like that. But not any major mechanical. See, this reminds me, at some point in my orientation, one of the instructors or whatever had said something about a cutoff of 14 feet for bridge height, for clearance, for RVs. And this particular road goes underneath a railroad track really, really close to where I'm at. Okay? There's like a burger place called Zeke's, and then you go a little bit more and you pass underneath the railroad. And it's one of the major railroads that is, or railways that's supplying stuff to the heartland, all that. Stuff comes in the port there in Seattle, and it gets loaded onto trains, and it goes from there, and it starts making its way probably towards like Chicago and all that. I know they get stuff from every direction probably, but just giving it as an example. It's got a lot of stuff moving on it. And there are campers going underneath that thing in both directions all day long, every day of the week. Like, it's like, I don't... Oh, and I forgot to say that it shows that it's like a low clearance on one of the apps, like Truck Route or some such thing. I tried to click on the webcam, but I never got to see any stuff going through. So I might have to like really keep an eye out and verify. Here we go, dropping our speed down again. I don't know why. Wreck area, chain up area. 469. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Why would you jump right out in front of me like that, dude? Are you on a trip? Food. Diner. Look, it's a 50s style diner right there. Pink and sky blue even. Alright, let's get it back up. Speed. But I might have to try to pay close attention and see if I see a large RV moving in the opposite direction when I get really close to that bridge. Obviously, you know, I don't want to take any chances. But I'm like, okay, if you go all this way, and then there's that one thing at the end, what are you supposed to do? Turn back, turn around and go all the way to 90? And how tall is a tractor trailer? What's the clearance cutoff for y'all? I don't even know it. And I would imagine that, you know, there's different heights for different types of RVs too. And then you also got, you know, your pin height and stuff like that. I don't know. See that water right down there? Is that showing up on the camera? I sure hope that it's showing low enough. I feel like in a lot of ways the guard shotgun and looking out the window, that's pretty much what you get. But yeah, the water's on that side now, and it just sure is pretty. 1 hour and 10 minutes. Excuse me. Right lane ends. Okay. Yep, there is some snow way up there. Let's see that. So there's a huge Class A at the rest stop. I don't know. Oh, yep. So it could be coming from that way and gone in there. Either that or it's already planning on going this way. See, I don't think it's going to be a thing. I kind of think that they set the bar a little high just to be safe, but they might say, well, we said 14 and that's 14.1 or something. I mean, yeah, okay. That's probably what it is, Jared. Wow. Speed zone ahead. Please just let me know what the speed is and I'll appreciate that. Thank you. Slow vehicle turnout. So 61 miles remaining. Getting so close. That's not that much. But I know that it takes a while because we done come up here a few times playing snow and stuff. And there's this one little town, Skycomish, train and the bridge and the water. It is just a gorgeous place. Everything costs a fortune. Probably not quite as much as that place back there in Leavenworth. Consumerism and pricing plus inflation and everything like this place is just beyond expensive. It's totally freaking beyond expensive. Just relocating my family to another state out west would save us, I don't even know how much. Our basic lifestyle that we try to lead, it would save us a lot. And probably get a better price on like land, so to say, too. Food. Some things aren't going to change, like the truck payment, car payment, insurance, and stuff like that. But who knows, man? Like I said, I was expecting yesterday for something ridiculously crazy, but it could just be that it's coming. If there's an attack that they put out to the masses, was Iran striking a United States military target. The United States has already sworn and will answer with fury. If that's a clean word to say, I don't even know. I'm seriously doubting it anymore. Right? At which point, probably Russia and China are going to come to the aid of Iran because they're all Gog and Magog, or it's the entire paradigm that they've placed into all of our brains for so long. They don't do all that for nothing. That's the play. That's how it's to go. What was that? That was quite startling. Yeah, that spooked me a little bit. It was a sound, and it just so happened at the moment that I let go of the cruise. Excuse me. It's interesting that we're doing a descent already. It doesn't feel like it's time for us to do the actual descent. This could just be a temporary thing. Make no mistake that the stuff that's gone on with Russia and Ukraine has everything to do with the European Union, and like this is the pulling in all of the kingdoms. Right? The lion, the bear, the dragon, the eagle. I think that stuff is a coinkydink. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. You just gotta be absolutely kidding me. With the parade, oh my God, it's worship. It's insane pride. And I know a lot of people will be offended, because of the sacrifices that they and their family members have made in what they would consider to be the defense, right? Even though not every script that we've been given to justify the sacrifices that a lot of people made, sacrifices of blood and treasure for things that were not true, right? Because they believe lies. So, you see that type of behavior, that parade thing going on. If you think about it and you look back at it, you would see it like, well, obviously in Germany, right? Of course, they do it all over, right? North Korea, China, Russia. So it's not like it's finger pointing. It's just observation to say, like, what does this really ultimately symbolize or mean spiritually as a barometer of the people, the masses? Remember, like, some Roman type of parade, the soldiers through the streets, that kind of thing. They're ready, willing, and able to make that sacrifice. And the little bit I heard from Trump gonna. He was saying it. He was declaring it. And he was saying that we will be there in any type of conflict that threatens these values, these principles. So, and he's making reference to the mighty ones that I talked about earlier, Justice, Liberty, and all those things. They already have the worldviews divided such that half of the folks see, say like the U.S. as the great Hashatan. Another half of the world sees the communism as well, they're both actually correct. That's the thing. It's a false paradigm. You're trying to pick between Republican and Democrat, and we're over here being like, no, bro, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. This is 1410. This one right here. So pretty down in there, you see that? Still ain't got no signal up here. Excuse me. Yeah, look at that water down there. Look at that. That's so yafa. They all share the same lies. Big lies, too. Knowingly. The maestro has written a script. The actors have taken the stage. Right? The show has begun. And there's an entire backstory, an entire backdrop. Right? Did I say SET? I'm sorry if I did. I think I just did. I did not mean to. Father, please forgive me. Well, that's a big, pretty truck. Should put it to work. 60. Get it. Soldier. So this is pretty cool. We got 2 lanes. We got no oncoming traffic, or do we? I don't know. These guys are just going on that side. I'm thinking that we don't have oncoming traffic right through here. But it could just be that they're passing. See, I don't think they would have passing around this turn. So yeah, so we must be temporarily separated from our travelers going the opposite direction. Okay. That's what it looks like on there too. 51. Whoa. Oh, is that correct? We'll take that all day, every day, huh? Let me just get a confirmation. Yeah, I mean, the tank on the truck is at F. And if you recall, I only did 20 minutes. And it was like, it was down to, what'd I say, 3/8. Okay? So now the question is, well, did I even need to do 20? So yeah, that's it. I'm convinced. I'm going to let the thing go down to quarter, and I'll do 10 minutes, and I'm going to just stop until it gets down to a quarter again. And just start to get a feel for, like, what she gets up to. Because I think I might have been running it too long, and it's because I thought 5 minutes was slightly more, like an 1/8 and a 16th, whatever that, you know what I mean? Wow. Take a look at these. Take a look at these high hills over here on your side. See the tops? Oh yeah, you can see the tops. Oh, these ones too? My little camera's in the way right now. Sorry about that. Oh, there you go. Yep, see? Look at that. Wow. So pretty. I love it when the stuff in the front is kind of rushing by and then the stuff in the background is just slowly moving past. I think it's really like Salah, right? Rest. It's Shalum filled thing to see. Just refreshing my log to verify that I have. Oh yeah. I still got a cushion in here. Excuse me. I know my baby said she was gonna make me a prime rib with some eggs. Oh, I just can't wait. I know where the meat comes from. I know where the eggs come from. They taste them. You can't go to the store and buy a steak and eggs and it tastes like that. It ain't gonna happen. If you think it is, you got dead taste buds or something, bro. I freaking tell you. It's not even close. Just like that elk meat that Aki gave me. If you eat that and you're like, ah, it tastes like hamburger. There's something wrong with you, bro. There's something wrong with you. It don't taste like hamburger. Yeah. And I am interested in eating some bison. I'm very interested. Woo! There she go. Oh, my ear's been popping. So straight ahead of me is some snow. I think you're gonna see it. Congestion and left turns next. Okay, 45 miles. So this is the actual like pass, and that I had thought was kind of connected to Leavenworth. And I come up here and this place is parking lots filled, right? And I'm sure you can see very clearly now that it is minimal. In fact, some of those folks that are there probably just work here or something. So from now on, work coming down the other side of the pass. And there's gonna be like a certain speed. But I don't know yet what it is. And it hasn't told me of a change yet since the time it told me to slow down for the. So it's probably because there's like a downgrade and some like switchbacks or whatever that they want you to check your speed and stuff. I personally believe that this is very healthy for the truck engine. I would like to know your thoughts if you disagree. But especially like I turn this on, the exhaust brake, the compression brake, and get parts of the emission equipment, which I wish we didn't have, but we do, up to a certain temperature, then it can start to basically like clean the filter, the diesel particulate filter. There's a waterfall right there. There's a gorgeous waterfall straight ahead of me, and we're gonna make a turn right here, so it's gonna come into your view. You just try to look and see if you can see it. It's very visible. It's running down. It's pretty. I can't check and see when you're going to see it. I just know that throughout the course of that whole turn, you would have had to have seen it at least one point. Yeah, because there's a thing that they'll do at the mechanic. They call it a regen. So and basically what they do is they get the computer to run the truck at an idle at a high RPM for a certain amount of time, and it's to initiate that process, the cleaning process. Okay, folks, that is my Yahusha. And so I'm gonna go listen and see what she had to say, and I'll be back as soon as I can. May see if her and I can have a conversation, and I'll be back, family. Alright, still making my way down the mountain. There was just this really crazy view because we had a long sweeping left-hand turn, and there was nothing on the right side except for just a view of like everything down below. So that was cool. It really is. I mean, you know, everybody, all of Yahuwah's creation is gorgeous. You know what I mean? There's just all the different ways. He's just always showing us all of his, it's like different, man, there's a huge spot of forest trees on the side of that mountain that's all down, and I don't know what. Like, I don't know if that's from them harvesting the trees or if that was from some kind of a wind or what. Anyway, it's like how there's so much different kinds of butterflies, or so much different kinds of even canines, and the versatility and the creativity, and you know, all the different colors of the earth, the soil, the sand. Oh boy, I just got a major pop in my ears. It's funny because after I do that, I'm wondering, was I just shouting? Oh, it's funny. Alright, so, you know, now it seems like you're allowed to go ahead and increase your speed. You don't have quite the same extreme grade and, you know, like the turns, I don't know what you would call them, just the force that you feel on the turn and stuff like that. There was, you know, a section that I had gone down to like 40 just for that reason. I don't even think I'm going to need this exhaust brake right now. So it says we got 39 minutes. Hopefully my message goes to my Shah soon. It's shoddy signal, so I sent it, but she probably ain't get it yet. And the message that I heard from her, for all I know, she said that 30 minutes ago. She did say under an hour, so that could have been, no, that could have been like 20 minutes ago. Excuse me. I do know that after I get done with this rest and the tires, whenever it is that I get back to work, which has got to be quick, I am going to look for a reload that gets me headed anywhere back towards Indy, and I get to Indy, I'm going to look. I saw some pretty fat loads, and you know, I can't care. Like, if it sends me to Florida, if it sends me to South Carolina, I gotta be willing to take it, especially right now for this next month coming up, July. My bills have never been like this. I mean, in my life, right? So, boy, I'm gonna need to scrap up just about every dime, and then, you know, it could also be that the bottom falls out of this entire dang economy, and ain't nobody paying back no loans. Ain't nobody going in, you know, like, especially if you think about some of these companies that folks have. A lot of folks in this land have jobs that are based on businesses that are internet.com, shipping, stuff like that. Not like fabricator, welder is pretty much going to be able to, I mean, you know, but people who get big contracts on like construction of an airport or a hospital or different things like that, that's probably going to get put completely on hold. You know, unless the Donald is like, hey, we're rebuilding all the bridges, and then all the people that do that work are going to be getting a wage because there's a government contract for it. And don't think for one hot second that is impossible, right? Anything that has to do with working for the government might go up. Might. I'm just, look, it's their end game, so I don't know everything about their plays. But I'll tell you that I do know that they're coordinated, and that even those that they say are, you know, the enemy, the threat, whatever, they are the enemy, they are the threat. So that's the thing that most folks will not see. And so they'll willingly and gleefully sway to the symphony of their own destruction. With great pride, they will sacrifice their son for a cause. And most of them have already been given over to this entity because they entered into agreement when they signed their names on the dotted line and cast their ballot. Pleased and fairly surprised at the traffic or lack thereof of traffic. Thank you, Abba. I have halal and asked the Father to cover me under His wing and to put His breath, His Ruach at my back. And I say, Aman, Aman, halal Yahuah, for His steadfast Amunah filledness. I don't even know how to say that in the Opry. This is a very shady lane right through here. See a few of those wildflowers off on the other side of that rusty guardrail. Oh, excuse me. Almost noon. Oh wait. Oh, that's in Indy. Ha ha ha. It's almost 9 here. But yeah, the loads I think I was trying to talk about. I get myself distracted, I'm sorry. If everything continues for a little bit longer, then some of those loads were getting right up close to $4,000, and obviously a bunch of that's fuel, but at least that also gave me the opportunity to try to make another maybe 2,500. And I can't make the past balance payments. I have to make the minimum on the credit cards. I already know that. And I have to be able to have some shalom with that. I hate interest. I think it's an abomination for the tyrant system to strangle the people with usury, but they're sealing up for themselves wrath, I'll tell you that. And then the other thing is that the plan is to take 20% of all the earnings and place it to the side. Well, obviously that's not going to be happening yet either, and I don't want that to lead to that it's not going to happen at all kind of a situation. But credit card debt is like a massive trap designed to keep you stuck in it, to not allow you to break free. And that's how it is actually for this entire financial model, because every dollar bill printed is printed with interest. And what I mean by that is that because fractional reserve banking is a thing, banks are able to lend with only 10% of the cash on hand. So imagine if we were all just ranchers or something and we lived in the same valley, we all had a head of cattle, and I was able to somehow loan you stuff that I didn't even have, and then telling you need to pay me that back with a little bit extra, but I didn't even have it, what I was loaning to you, but somehow you were like, okay, thank you for letting me borrow that. That's going to help me rear up these heads of cattle, and I'll pay you back with a little bit extra because I'm going to get a wage off of this, and then I'm going to pay you back, and da, da, da. And I'm like, okay, great. And meanwhile, I only had to give you 10% of what you were having to give me back. How is that not like 90% interest right off the jump? There's never going to be enough cash in circulation to pay for the debt. And that's by design. Not to mention, you don't even have the asset to back it. You just decide how much of that you can create out of thin air to lend with only 10% in holding. Every dude, it's a mega trick. Mega trick. That's what I'm telling you. This type of stuff comes from demonic intelligence. It ain't just some old dudes back in the day, like they try and convince you, oh, the Federal Reserve was founded at Jekyll Island because these guys got together in their craftiness and conspired and did this thing. they're in those positions because they serve those masters, and those masters have the plan. And this was all part of the plan for how the right hand of the beast was going to be built up. That's why this is like, you know, the military to end all militaries. You see what I'm saying? Because it is the right hand of the beast system. And that's why that obelisk is there in D.C. And that's why Washington, D.C. is a state within a state. It's its own nation. That's the people. When they say we the people, it's talking about them. The founders, the builders. You gotta get it. Not gonna be able to get it. It takes inspiration from the Ruach of Yahuah to understand what the heck I'm even talking about, and then you got to be able to get your confirmations and all that. Okay, see, this says 13:9 right here. I know I fit. See that? But you guys said 14. So according to them, that would be off limits. Well, that's not. I'm not going to be able to run my business that way because I need to be able to access these roads. See what I mean? Okay, so you have the military, the religious, and the financial. And you can look at, there's a city-state within a state in England, which is like the London Financial District, whatever the heck it's called. They got the same symbolism and everything. And then you got the Vatican, which is also its own separate nation, a city-state within this, Italy or Rome. Excuse me. Well, they're working together. It's all coordinated. I don't know. I'm kind of shouting this stuff from the rooftops for 5 years. There's others that have been saying it and doing it a lot longer than me. But I'll just give my own testimony that 5 years, especially with the season we're in, and how clear all the signs are and all the indications and how readily available all the information is. It's exhausting to invest yourself. Dang it, bro. What in the world? It's a freaking bucking bronco right here. That was crazy. Okay, I don't know who's blowing up my phone. I gotta try to check it. It's probably because the messages were delayed and now they're all coming through. I don't know. And I think that it causes me to get overstimulated, especially like it's telling me that the speed limit is this, so I'm like, okay, here we go, and settle in like, all right, well, I'm gonna get home, and then the road is just trash. Like, that was crazy how that the dips, the way they were spaced out, it was like causing the trailer to do a very specific behavior. Excuse me. Train that I was talking about, train track, train on it right now. up, I'm going to take them out there. I have food for you. Ha. Baruk Yahuah. Baruk Atah. Oh, dang. Even trying to double tap sometimes can be difficult. Woo-wee. Dang, bro. Oh. Woo-wee. This, again, is kind of remind me, like I was saying, I just see this similarity, right, with RV transporters being like, I guess, were they cattle rustlers or something? And they go to the corral in Goshen, like the hotel, and you see all their steeds tied off outside, right? And they might have to go away from home for extended periods of time because they're going on a long cattle drive or something, and they got to be out in the wilderness, and they got to endure through the rainy nights. You know, they got to eat chef's stuff that he whoops up on the back of the wagon, and that ain't always the best. And like right now, this is like that final drive, right? Your final leg till you get to the end. So I kind of see some similarities. Like in a way, it's almost like a type of an outlaw profession. Not that you're doing anything illegal, excuse me. It's not illegal like that. It's just that you got this life out driving across the country, right? In and out of different towns, and going through different passes, you know, that kind of thing. It's really in the hands of Yahuah if it's something that prospers or not. It could have just been the worst timing to get into something like this. I have no idea. I do believe that it is something that folks are able to do and earn well. I mean, you can get into jobs that, like I said, you know, you drop that trailer and it's paying you $4,000. You have some expenses, of course, but you know, you can do that like in a week. And you could turn around and find another reload, which would be like a customer to customer load to transfer, that brings you back closer to what would be like home base, where you can get other loads, and you can take shorter loads too that are like $500, $600, $700 that only take a couple days to do. So opportunity is there, but it does have a lot to do with management and sacrifice, because you got to be willing to sleep in the back of your truck sometimes for 4 nights in a row. If I continue to buy my fuel from the pilot and I can earn these points, then I can unlock these tokens and you can get a shower. And you know, it's actually, well, man, I went and took the shower. You go in there, you close the door, you got a commode, you got a sink, and you got a shower with piping hot water, and it's like your own little private bathroom. So, you you know, like even for me with my leg situation and stuff like that, I'm able to do what I need to do to wash it, let it dry. I mean, obviously I need to establish like a routine with it all. This guy right here just went by me. He's in a convertible Mercedes. Okay? And he's offended that I'm not going fast enough. And I see that spirit and I'm like, you know, Yahuah rebuke you. Yahuah rebuke you. I've been boogieing and I've been making great time on this really bumpy, windy, mountainous road, hauling a load here. And Mr. Frickin' Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous doesn't want anybody to get in his way. Because the whole world revolves around him. You know that, right? It's something. It's something else. Right here it's saying that it's 50 and he's just flew away from my side. And you know, there might have been a time when there would be an officer right there to say, hey, welcome. But I don't feel like I've seen that in this state in a long time. So here's a Bigfoot guy next to this little espresso outlet, and that's something from, I guess it's from Harry and the Hendersons. So here's a bridge that it's not marked, it doesn't tell me. It looks low, train track. It's not an issue. It's just like creating fear of an issue where there is no issue. Whee! Alright. Little switchback right here. Somebody turning left right in front of me, but no problem. We are just pressing on. Not speeding. This says narrow bridge. I'm going to do the narrow bridge at the same time that the shuttle van Mercedes comes through it. So there's a neighboring town called Gold Bar, only 8 miles from there. Trying to, like, I don't know, get myself all overly stressed out. I was talking to him about those things because I had thought that he was saying that he was going to come over here and help me with a few things, but I understand that he has some other things that he needs to get to right now. Happen in Yahuah's time if it's meant to happen. It's okay. The trailer just been setting for like 5 years, so I really want to be able to like baby it down to a shop where they can check tires and brakes and bearings and everything for me. But I know that Ak was saying, well, we can do all that. Like, we can look at the bearings and the brakes and all the things. So, if I have someone to help me with it, then that's great. If not, then I'll take it to a place where guys that know how to do that kind of thing can do it. Because I don't know how to do it, and I don't want to freaking trying to do something really important that I don't know how to do, and I don't have anybody guide me. You know what I'm saying? I watched this. There's a multi-hauler. He's a transporter for, I think it's Indiana Transport, and he's got a big, strong truck and this very large flatbed trailer that he bought, like used and stuff. And he went through and did all the bearings and stuff on his own, and then turned around and had a breakdown. And then I heard him saying on the video that he thinks it was because of how he did the bearings and stuff. And I mean, this is a guy that will jump in and do that stuff without hesitation because he has mechanic experience and he's not intimidated by the work. I'm not going to try to replicate his mistakes with my trailer, with my family going across the country. No freaking way, dude. Don't trust these tires. The tires, even if they don't appear to be cracked, I already know that they were used when we came from Florida in 2020, and they've been setting for 5 years. I don't even want to put 10 miles on them, personally, whether they hold air or not, because they're notorious for blowing, these RV trailer tires, RV tires. Freaking China bombs, they call them. Got no time for no stinking China bombs. So there's, out this window, there are some mountains here. This could be Index or Haystack, I don't know all the names, but gorgeous. And then the clouds resting on them up high. My baby wanted to know if I want some coffee. Oh yes, baby, I want some of your coffee, and I want you to stir it with them sweet little fingers. Yeah, this one right here, I mean, the cloud is around it kind of like a halo, or that's kind of gross, like a necklace almost, like it's around it. It's really, here's the burger place I was telling you about. Oh, dang, looks closed. Zeke's. Oh my gosh, it is closed or something. Oh, maybe because it's only 9:30. So here's the one that I was concerned with. I do not see a sign that tells me how high it is, but it is as high as the other one. So RVs passing through there all day, every day, family. If anybody's watching this that's in RV transport or whatnot, don't be, I wouldn't say, hey, you can just go anywhere. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying something could be just under 14 and be regularly passable. I'm not going to go through something that I don't know to be regularly passable, and if I'm not sure, then I'm going to stop and check it. And like I say, if I get there and I'm like, oh crud, this don't look like it's going to work out or whatever, I'm going to call for local law enforcement to come to the site and assist me. I mean, to each his own, but that's what I'm going to do. I got a part of me that wants to try and do some backing because I'll have plenty of space, and it's really not like, if I'm perfectly straight and I back up, I understand how it works. That's not the part at all, right? And there's a blind side, and like one side's better than the other, and I have to go relearn that. I don't recall exactly. This is a place that sells the medicinal marijuana, and usually smell it like it's so strong. Medicinal. Everybody needs some medicinal. apparently, these days, huh? But I say be sound-minded. Be sober-minded, family. That ain't your grandfather's marijuana. They're doing some other stuff to it, just like that alcohol ain't your in it. That ain't like what Knock drank. Anyway, it's okay. So if I start backing and I grab the bottom part of my wheel and I move it a little bit to the right, then the back end of my trailer is going to start swinging out to the right. My problem isn't with that, and like probably even a little bit back and forth at a slow speed with a minimal amount. It's when I start making a strong turn and then I need to like correct, like overcorrection and different stuff like that. It gets me thrown off, and I almost have like PTSD. My Shah and I, we would be on our little walkie-talkies. Oh my gosh. Oh, Father, help us. We would get into arguments and fights because of the stress level and the tension and like and this it's just a really massive trailer, and some of the places that we went are like kind of off-roady, and there could be big rocks and big stumps, and like I'd get myself in kind of a pinch. Even parking at the place that we parked, because it had to be very, very specific. It's not laid out correctly. The place where the power is in the wrong place. And so you can't go too close to the power, because then you won't be able to reach the sewer, and if you go, it's all a hot mess. That's why I ended up having to buy an extension cable for the power, which has been nothing but problems, because I've had a couple get melted, like at the connection, probably from moisture, because this place is always wet. Anyway, I don't have to back up because I have enough room to just turn around in a big grass field, and being this the first one, I'll probably just do that. I'm coming out of Gold Bar right now, and I'm just sitting here thinking about, the whole idea of turning the trailer around and parking the trailer overnight and all that. Did you get a chance to discuss that? Excuse me. Something that we talked about a few days ago, but I forgot to follow up, and we wanted to, out of respect and for the landowner and everything like that, get all clear ahead of time. I personally do not think that they will mind whatsoever, because of the relationship that we have had with them. But I still think it's a respectful courtesy. Excuse me. We almost there, family. Let's get it. Go, 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 Baruk Yahuah. I can't wait to drop this trailer either at the customer. I'm still going to be a little bit, it's going to be weighing on my mind for a little bit until it gets done. It's in a little bit more of an urban area, getting out towards the Tacoma type area, and I'm really thanks-filled that it's not Seattle right off the bat, but anyway, because it's actually paying so well, I wanted to see it all the way through to its completion. We're going really, 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 really need that money for essential bills that cannot wait. And honestly, I hadn't had a chance to sit down and crunch all the numbers to see if it's going to cover all of them. When you're on a situation where you get paid every other week, like twice a month or whatever, or every 2 weeks. You try to spread out your larger bills to allow yourself, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I want this and this due on the 1st and this due on the 15th, so you can spread it out. Which I get it, like, it totally makes sense. But when you're operating like as a business, then I feel like what you want to be able to do is like have them all be at the same time, so that it's very consistent, the pattern, if that makes sense. And you know what the goal is for you to get to by month's end. That's not going to somehow make you have the ability to pay it or not. It's just something that I'm seeing, instead of like just going by the advice that I was given, being like, oh, you know what, it probably would be well. Because now I have a budget spreadsheet, and it's got the dates that all these different bills are due, and they're like all over the map. And so then it starts to become like, oh, well, I need $2,500 by the 16th or whatever. Like, we do the best that we can to not spend anything extra, anything. My shop just went and got a baby gate to help keep the puppies out of our son's room, and it was $5 on Marketplace. It's like brand new, and that's the kind of stuff that we usually try to do, with the exception of course of like the stuff that's been going on with the truck, like this refrigerator and the battery backup. That's a game changer for us. Without that, I can't do this. I can't go and live off of the fast food world like some folks can do, because it goes against my conscience to eat any of that stuff. And I had to break down and eat something yesterday that I didn't want to eat. And I just asked the Father to cover me and help me in this difficult time, because I'm like, I don't want to eat that. And then I'm like, well, you should be stronger and just fast. Well, yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. But also, like, fasting is something that I get called to do by the Father, and I do it as a spiritual connection, not just in the flesh, if that makes sense. Just like I don't like to say, I'm fasting for this amount of time. I usually prefer to enter into a fast and dwell in the fast until the Father releases me, and right? I don't know how long I'm going to be fasting. And my poor baby, she's like, but I need to know so I can make preparations, so I can know when you're going to be eating again. And sometimes in that moment, I'll just be like, well, I'm not, because the question is like, well, are you gonna eat on Sunday? And I'm like, well, I don't really know yet, because maybe it's only Thursday. And then she's like, well, I need to know so I can plan. And then I'm like, well, no, I'm not, because I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't want it to feel forced in any way. That's not what she's trying to do at all. She's trying to do what she's supposed to be trying to do, right? To manage the food, and she just does this amazing job of keeping us all in delicious Qadash food. I strive to get her the best ingredients I can get. And we do save money compared to like the old lifestyle, buying this and that. There is literally no traffic. And I mean, this is Sunday. Like, this is the time that there would be traffic, and there's none. So, Baruk Yahuah. guys wouldn't even believe it, but this thing is sitting here telling me that I got 26 minutes remaining. And I am minutes away. Hallelujah. I'll probably give you guys this one last look here because it is pretty. Snohomish River. And I'm just going to go up here and nestle up next to the little mountainous road that we dwell off of, that the Father brought us to several moons ago. So I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do as far as like the quote-unquote last part, you know, Sultan to Silverdale. This is already 3 parts. This is already 5 hours today. And the other ones were lengthy and meaty as well. But please, if you like this type of thing, let me know. If you have any suggestions or whatever, let me know. If you have halal requests, praise reports, Baruk Yahuah, let me know. If you're interested in me trying to come by your neck of the woods for immersion in the Qadash names, let me know. Or just to break bread together, let me know. If you're a female, I do not private message females. You can message my Asha. And I'm definitely not going to be meeting up with you. If you are, like I say, a single female or whatever, that's not the way. That's not Qadash. Okay, we don't do that. But if it's a situation where it's like a public thing, if there was an immersion or something like that, and it was able to be public with other people present and something like that, maybe. Oh, look at that pretty bird right up. Oh, I don't know if you got to see that. All right. May Abba Yahuah barak you and your house in his Qadashayam Bahasham Alkal Shamut Yahusha Hamashiach Hallelu Yahuah Hallelujah. Shalom Shalom Mashpaka.